Okay. Hello. Hello, please. Hello, please. Let's get this started. Okay. Where are we at? Where are we at? Boop, 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 boop. All right. Pop that chat out. Why does the horizontal stream never want to like start at first? Bruh. Bruh. Oh my god. Sylar, hasty wasty. Hello. Good morning. Good morning to you. Trying to get my fucking shit together. Okay, we're just not gonna have a horizontal YouTube stream today. Apparently that's what we're doing. Tyler, are you done streaming? What happened? How is this recommendation? Okay. There is my horizontal stream. Jesus Christ, YouTube. Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's so much to ask for. Okay, I think I'm ready to start the stream. Weebers, hey, what are you doing? We're gonna be doing some game dev today. We're gonna be doing some game dev today. Oh, I should probably put a message in YouTube Shorts. Shorts Live. By the way, Sylar, if you're still here, you should start streaming on YouTube Shorts. You should set up a vertical stream. You should set up one of these oh god. So I did see that you were on YouTube. You should set up one of these bad boys. And that way I can, I don't know, do you, if you're still here, do you stream on YouTube at all? If you do, I'll have to get YouTube's. Apparently, I just found out the other day, YouTube has, I am on Twitch as well, yes. Links to all that are in the profiles of the relevant websites. Yeah, here's the terrain. There it is, procedural terrain, RPG, Colony Sim Roguelite is what we're going with. That's what we're going to be working on today. Are you Delulu guy? I don't know how to answer that. Would someone who is Delulu know that they're Delulu? I think that's part of being Delulu, is that you don't know that you are. I don't think I could, it's a question that does not have a satisfying answer, I'm afraid. Tinkerado, what's up? Welcome in. Hello everyone. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. Let's continue error testing my entities. Let's continue error testing the entities. Yeah, I forget what exact scenario. Oh, I was trying to handle the when we got a move to target that was like way above the fucking way above the terrain. And I should probably just write the logic, the stuck logic now. I think now is probably a good time to do that. And so that's probably going to be some logic that goes, what, in the velocity processor maybe? I think velocity processor is a good spot for it. This is what takes the velocity that's set by various other processors and then like applies it to. As a Delulu guy, I agree. I don't know if I'm Delulu either. Yeah, that's kind of part of the problem. Which game you're playing? Oh, it's my own game, just a hobby project. Working title is my project. Yeah. Working title is my project. Oh, I was saying, I found out YouTube has raids. They're called live redirects. And I don't think anyone knows that. I don't think anyone knows about that at all. And you have to like opt into them, which makes it like a really weird system. So there's actually like a setting on your like YouTube channel where you can like allow redirects from other channels. I think by default it only allows from channels that you've subscribed to. So yeah, there are raids on YouTube, but it's just like how, and I was reading how they work, and they sound so hard to use. Like you have to like, you have to like set it up in like your videos. You know? Okay, hang on. We got a bogey here. Hello? Oh, we gotta pop out, right? It's like you have to like set the redirect channel in your video manager, and then when you end the stream, it will auto play the video to the next stream. So it's really just like setting the autoplay is what it seems like. I've never used it. This guy was falling for a little bit. That's okay. He got over it. He got over it. Okay. Yes, we have My Drunk Senior in the chat today. Welcome in. Good morning. Good morning. Are you a solo developer? Yep, it's my own project. My own project, just doing some hobby stuff. Okay, do we have any other guy that's like getting messed up anywhere? I don't think so. Let's, oh, this, uh-oh. Okay, yeah, we had a bogey. We got a guy who just fell through the earth here. Okay, it's a good test. It's a good test. I'd say he's a whole dead team. Hardly. Hardly. Okay, what did this guy do? Weavers, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. Okay, so, yeah, what was this guy doing? Okay, he fell through the ground right here. Why is that? Why is that? Okay, so we're setting on ground there. That looks fine. That looks fine. Why did you just fall, though? Was he on too steep? It's like the gravity trace that I do didn't end up hitting the ground because it's like a nanometer, a micrometer from the terrain. Okay, he was supposed to be moving through the tree, which is, you know, that's just how it's going to be. And what is the purple velocity arrow again? What did I set that up to be? Purple is current location to new location. Okay, yeah, that is the velocity direction terrain hit. So I guess because we're getting the yellow trace, that didn't hit, or no, we're always doing the yellow trace now. We're always doing the yellow trace. So yeah, purple maybe did or didn't hit something. It says 1. Move distance was 1, apparently. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Oh no, it's the Boolean. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, so it did get a hit. So we did hit. And so that's why we did the orange. The orange slide direction trace, which we draw from the impact point. So there was an impact right there? That doesn't make sense. Why was there an impact there? That is not hitting anything. Orange. Orange, you glad I'm logging this? Yes. Yes, I am. Entity, we go from impact point to sliding direction plus distance. And I think that's where we end up setting him. Yeah, so we set him there. So we just like made this really weird triangle. Okay. Why? Yeah, so I guess the issue here is that this was getting a hit result from right there, and it shouldn't have been. I don't think. And that was the purple line trace. Current location to new location. Current location. Okay, so let's think here. This is an issue. I think it probably happened here as well. Yeah, he's falling through. He's falling through as well. Okay, I guess I did just update the code here. Ortimus, welcome in. It's the invisible hand of God, don't question it. Yeah, God just sometimes clips people through the ground. You know, it happens. Don't you hate it when that happens in everyday life? It's like the rapture almost. Yeah, same exact situation here. Purple got a hit somewhere that doesn't make sense. We draw from there down, and then we set the entity there. And then of course which this is probably happening a lot, but this yellow line trace is long enough that it's probably hitting the terrain. So it settles them back down onto the terrain instead of falling through. How do you handle optimization with foliage? Mine's all spawned by PCG. These are all like PCG graphs, and so every terrain chunk has a PCG component on it right here. And so everything that spawns is just an ISM. So like I think there's like 3 different kinds of grass here. Oh, it's so laggy now. Yeah, here's my grass ISMs. And they're just nanite with some distance culling, which I guess doesn't matter for nanite, but I don't think these blades of grass are optimized for nanite. Let's look at oh god, this is gonna be horrible. Let's look at the overdraw. Isn't that what you're supposed to do for like nanite? Overdraw, that's like you should it's bad. I think this is bad. The white hot intensity. I think that means bad. I'm new to this, but I think the brighter it is, the more bad it is. And I think that means my meshes are not optimized for nanite, but I'm not sure. Not super sure. If God wanted ground to be solid, he would have made it that way. You know, I envy people that have that kind of mindset where they just like, they literally just like blindly accept any outcome. They're like, well, God's will. It's like, well, no, dude, you just ran over someone. You know, like, well, if God wanted him to be alive, he wouldn't have driven my car down that street of pedestrians. You know, it's like, well, bro, you could have just not done that. I don't know. God's will. God's will. An acid trip from the 60s, yeah. Game dev really is an asset, is an acid trip from the 60s, isn't it? Where is that visualizer? Here's all of them. Yeah, the triangles one is fun too. Hit me with the triangles. There we go. Now we're in like a Picasso painting. Are you supposed to not use translucent stuff with nanite? And I think the tree, whatever these are called, leaves, are using the translucent stuff. So, do you have animals in your game? Yes and no. I did at one point, but I switched over my entity system. So I just haven't. I need to create all like the vertex animated textures and stuff for animals. For the animals. But yeah, I do have this animal variety pack. So I just really, the only animal that I have working is this wolf. But I do have others that will be in the game. And of course the engine just crashed. It just crashed because I tried to open I just tried to open the wolf. Or did we get past it? Nope. Okay. And that's just how that's gonna go today. And just like an acid trip, you're gonna crash sometimes. Everything is JSON. Lordimus, you're really coming in here with the existential takes. It's low-key how my game is making itself. I try to do something basic, goes absurdly wrong, and I just accept it as a feature and go to a whole different direction. Hey, yeah, that was an entire game. The goat simulator. That was a whole game on that concept. I wanted to do an island, but because of optimization stuff, I decreased the walkable areas and added fog to handle it with less foliage. Cool. Yeah, I think if you don't use nano, I think you probably just use like heavy LODing and distance culling. Ripro, what's up? What time of game is this that you're making? It's going to be RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain. So what we were looking at before we crashed from trying to open a fucking wolf asset was the procedural world. I've done acid loads. Okay. Have you done game dev loads? How do they relate to each other? But yeah, so it's going to be something like vanilla WoW, classes, class design, and combat. Hopefully combat will be a little bit more interactive than old school WoW, but taking some of the concepts there for the RPG side of things. And it'll be Colony Sim. Okay, I just can't open, I can't look at the viewport on that wolf asset, I guess. But a Colony Sim like RimWorld is one of my favorite games. So yeah, I mean, the asset doesn't work anymore. It's just, that's what I did have set up before I rewrote my systems and stuff. I mean, hey, if Tarkov can parse whole match as one big ass JSON, so can your game. I mean, that's just the serialization, right? And JSON is, JSON takes up more data. I'd rather just do binary serialization, right? Less data. Can't read it. You can't read it worth a damn. But boy, is it more efficient than JSON. And also, if you say it JSON, you're wrong. It's like saying GIF. It ain't rat. It ain't rat. Oh, I think I need to. Do I need to reload my script? Hang on. I think that's better. Burnt pineapples. Welcome back. Welcome back. But anyways, we have some scenarios that are happening. And we need to iron out. Good to know now I can say I'm actually following a valid game dev philosophy. Yeah. Bethesda, studio known for bugs as features. Yeah. I want to play this, not gonna lie. Me too. There's no real gameplay though. Well, I guess there's a little bit. There's a little bit. It's getting really laggy because I'm running the visual logger. Which, let's pause for a second and take a look at these. While Riders of Rohan is playing in the background, making it feel really epic. Okay, no bogeys yet. No baddies. Do you have any experience about game dev besides UE? I wouldn't even say I have any experience in UE. I don't have any game dev experience, really. Press X to Jason. Are you planning on having flying animals? Maybe dragons? Yeah, I do. I do plan to have some flying animals, yes. This looks complex to me. I'm learning blueprints right now. I feel like everything kind of is. Everything looks complex in Unreal Engine when you're first starting. Good news is that we have a lot of entities that are operating properly. That's good. But yeah, I know players are going to try and like build colonies that are like up in the air, you know, like maybe on a floating rock or something like that. So I'm gonna have some like flying enemies that can come and attack them. I just noticed your guy has your linebacker walk. Did you have anything to do with that? No, this is built in. I did not make any of these animations. Nor would I be able to. Are you gonna publish this game or something? Ask me again in 5 years. This game's the game looks very fun already. Well, I'm happy to hear that. Okay, here we go. We got something wrong here. Okay, where are you at? Okay, so down here. Yeah, another one of these things where we're trying to move through something that we probably should not be. Yeah, the nav mesh does not seem to be... I think we probably make it through that. Okay, he keeps falling, trying to get to this. Oh no, he finally made it. He made it, okay. He made it. Okay, what's going on here? He got stuck. Is that where he's trying to go? Why is the nav mesh not including the trees? It should be calling the... I wonder if it's... Oh yeah, I meant to look into this. Which tree is this? Well, I guess any of them will work, but like, give me a tree. I think the collision settings are... Well, no, that one's block all. Block all, block all. Yeah, so never mind. Never mind, I don't know what's wrong. I don't know. It can't ever affect navigation. Yeah, okay. There is a startup that did database specifically for games, and it's not only stores permanent data, but also temporal data, and game logic should be implemented as database procedures / triggers, called Spacetime DB. It will not exist. It will not a success, probably. Yeah, I mean, if you know anything about the history of database programming, you'll know that like stored procedures are a thing that came out, and they're very hard to work with. Turns out writing code and business logic, or game logic even more so, probably even more complicated. Like, it is an absolute pain to manage a bunch of stored procedures. Like, there are times to use it, and usually it's for like small, repeatable things. But yeah, using like SQL and that kind of language to code logic and stuff like that, it's hell. And there's a reason like we don't do that in regular programming. And so trying to do that as game logic, even less so. I would think you'd want to do that even less so. It's a really interesting idea, but yeah, I don't think it's going to be successful, and that's the biggest criticism of it. Like, stored procedures are just not very scalable and maintainable. What is this visual logger thing? Looks very helpful. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's a thing that just kind of keeps track of like historical logs, and it shows you things in like the world space. And you can use like, I kind of built a wrapper around it, but UE vlog, if I can spell. There's this macro you can use, and there's a bunch of different ones for like, that's just a text one. You can do one for like a line segment or spheres or wire spheres, that kind of stuff. So a lot of different options. Wirebox. Name of the game is called My Project. How long have you been using UE5 for? About 2.5 years. How did you open it? It's in, you go to Tools, Debug, Visual Logger. And there's some stuff logged for you, like I know some of the, like State Tree gets logged in there already, and some of the ability system stuff, gameplay ability system gets logged in there. Dude, this guy literally cannot get to his destination. My Project Catchy. I know, it's a very popular name. Yeah, I need to change this trace. These traces work very... Thanks for the help. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, my sliding direction does not seem to be right. So we're trying to move this direction, and my sliding direction that got returned is not correct at all, actually. I think that's where we need to Yeah, that's where we... Yeah, he keeps trying to get here and he keeps sliding, I guess. Are you into Kenshi? I am into games like Kenshi. I've not actually played Kenshi, but like RimWorld is kind of... It's got similar vibes where it's like a sandboxy kind of colony sim almost. I don't know if I would classify Kenshi as a colony sim, but I know it kind of gets to that point eventually, right? In the gameplay, where you like recruit a bunch of people and you can like build a base and stuff. But yeah, similar vibes for sure. Similar vibes for sure. So yeah, the sliding vector is not what I would have expected it to be. Let me look here. I think that's where we need to fix this at. I think that's where we need to fix it. The sliding direction. And that was a piece of AI code. Bad AI. Okay. Get sliding direction. Okay. Let me look at this. Project velocity direction onto the plane perpendicular to the impact normal, which maybe I should be drawing the impact normal. Yeah, let's draw the impact normal. So we'll do another vlog arrow here. I'll just copy paste that. And so the impact normal, let's do it from impact hit dot impact point. And then we will need to use this get point along direction. And so I'll call that vector impact normal end. And I just need to get something in that direction. It would be hit dot impact normal, and then distance, or yeah, the distance we'll just do like 100 probably is enough. Gotta go. Good luck. Thanks for stopping by. Will you make the animals be tamed and be used to the player's advantage, maybe to carry more items or attack with you? Yeah, I hope so. Pretty far away from doing that, but yeah, that is something that is in RimWorld, and animal taming and like having an animal handling skill is definitely something I want to do. That's pretty far down the road though, but yeah. Okay, impact point to hit or to a normal end. I don't think I need any text there. Purple. Let's make this cyan, I suppose. I'm running out of colors. I'm trying way too many arrows. So let's draw the impact normal. And then we're drawing the orange is like the slide direction. Is the slide direction, which I believe the slide direction, it should have just been purple. And I feel like the impact point is not actually... I kind of feel like that's not returning properly. Let me take a peek in there. Take a peek under the hood. Well, does this set impact normal properly? Let me look here. Yeah, we do all that. Line trace. Impact point. Ray point at. And then I probably need to transform it. Yeah, we do. Okay. Okay. Yeah, why am I getting a hit right there? Like, I can clearly see that that is not... So I think we have multiple problems here. And maybe the slide direction is just off because of the impact normal. Which is weird. Okay, so I ran live coding on that. So that's going to give us a little bit more information. Let's rerun. Let's rerun it. Clear it all. Clear it all. Stop. I didn't mean to close it. You know what the problem with computers is they do exactly what you tell them to do. And that's most of the time that's not what I want. Most of the time I want it to do the right thing, not what I want it to do. I suppose that's changing now with AI. Okay. Okay, we're spawning some entities. So let's just get, let me just take, why are you still running? Stop that. Stop that. Okay. Let's just look at some normal movement. We'll see if we'll start to break this down. You are you just idling the whole time or are you stuck? You are idling. Okay, so that's a bad example. You're also idling. You're also idling. None of them have moved yet. Okay, here we go. Here's a guy that... Now here's a guy. Now here's a guy. Let me see here. Okay, so we got a very, very small movement vector. And it's not about the size of the movement vector. It's about how you use it, okay? Some people are perfectly happy with a small movement vector. And yeah, you seem to be going fine. And it's probably because your movement vector is so small. It doesn't seem to be getting a trace. I see zeros or a hit. And that's fine. That's fine. Because we're moving along the ground very nicely here. So this guy's actually fine. I wonder if it's just when it gets to like a super low frame rate that it starts to matter more. Okay, I'm gonna pause again. Just try to find someone. Oh yeah, and where's my impact normal? I guess I haven't seen one yet. Yeah, I'm wondering if I should only do 2D velocity on the move to processor. Because you can see the velocity vector, which also is red. That's you see how it's like pointing up into the air rather than just a pure 2D vector. I'm wondering if I should just, if I make it 2D and then I just let the Z get handled by these line traces, I'm wondering if that works a little more effectively. Oh, here we go. We had a thing there. There's the cyan impact normal. So let me look here. So I guess the hit's gonna happen if to new location. Should probably turn PCG off. Make this a lot easier, wouldn't it? Yes, we got the hit there. The sliding direction turned out properly that time, so that looks good. Yeah, we did get the hit. That's fine. And we keep getting the hit, and it seems to just be getting a hit on the location that we started the move from, which I'm pretty sure I'm settling them slightly above the ground to try and prevent that. But even if it does happen, like, should be fine. We should be able to handle it properly, regardless. Let me see here. Oh god, I just messed up my. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, there we are. Yeah, it is returning a hit right from the start point. But yeah, it is returning the right slide location. I haven't changed any of my code, so it's working and I've changed nothing. So I guess we're just gonna wait until we see like an error, right? Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Oh, what was that? Pause. Oh my god, the editor's so laggy. Okay. Here we go. What happened here? What happened here? Oh my god. Okay, I lost it. Okay, what happened? It always seems to be around the assets, which is weird. The impact normal is very, very strange here. And I'm glad I logged that, because that does explain things quite a bit. Why is that impact normal so bad? That is not the impact normal that I'm looking for. These are not the droids you're looking for. I'm gonna go all chat by me later. Well, thanks for stopping by, Dad. Good to see you. Good to hear from you. It's Joker in all caps. While developing a game, what all steps to follow? I want to start my game dev journey and I want advice. You just gotta start Googling, my dude. You just gotta figure out a game engine that you want to use. Godot, Unity, Unreal Engine are kind of like the big three that a lot of people use. Godot. Yeah, you gotta look into those, figure out what they're good at, what they're bad at, figure out what kind of game you want to make. Figure out what is important to you in a game. And pick the best engine, pick the best tool for the job. To the best of your knowledge. No one's gonna tell you. You're gonna have to figure that out on your own. And you're just gonna have to start learning. You're gonna have to start figuring out the right questions to ask. Break all your problems down. Break your game down into the simplest version of your final vision. Don't think of the final vision. Just think of the simple, the shittiest form of your game, essentially, and then break that down into the smallest logical steps possible to get it done. But you've asked a very general question, so you'll get a very general answer. If you have a more specific question, I can give you a more specific answer. Okay, so our impact normals ain't rat. They ain't rat. Hello, General Evil Munchkin Man. What on earth are you talking about? Where are my line trace? Here we go. Find nearest hit triangle. Is apparently spatial get mash get try normal. Is that always what I've done here? Hit triangle ID. Oh god, it's my own code. Oh no. Oh no. Normalize vector is perpendicular to the triangle. Normal, okay. I mean, that should be fine, honestly. Times 3 plus 1. I would love to be able to draw this triangle, but I know that means it's going to draw like every triangle in the game. So that's not really feasible. I wonder if the hit ID is wrong or something. Facial, find nearest hit triangle. What other? Find all hit triangles. Find all intersections. Other, between another tree. Find all self intersections. Find nearest point. Find nearest triangle. Oh my god, I'm getting snake case. I'm getting snake cased functions. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, why are you returning a triangle that a triangle ID that doesn't seem to have the right normal? I'm wondering if the only thing I can, because that normal function looked fine. The only thing I'm thinking could be wrong here is maybe this is not returning the right thing. Input barycentric chord. Oh, wait a second. Are there more parameters to this that I'm not? No, there's not. It just doesn't return. Is this public? It's private. I guess I extend from this, so I could publicize that if I wanted to. Although, no, it's private. I can't. It's not protected. Oh, that's lame. I'd have to, like, copy paste. So we do get the barycentric coordinates, which might be... We could calculate the normal from that rather than doing a lookup. Which could be actually a little bit faster, too. Actually, could be a little bit faster, too. We do find hit triangle. Oh, this is protected. Okay, I could just do this. So it goes from a public method to a private one to a protected one. But yeah, this sets barycentric coordinates, so query.find. Query array, triangle, get triangle vertices. What is this? For num tries. Okay, this is doing all the BVH stuff, I think. Find hit triangle. Yeah, we're doing a lot of recursion. Yeah, I could just make a method that calls this and then calculate the normal from the barycentric coordinates, and that way we don't have to do a lookup. Maybe that's a little more deterministic than doing a lookup. I mean, the lookup should work though, so I do kind of want to see some more examples here. That one's nice. That one's fine, and we're on the same triangle, right? It's literally the same fucking location. Well, no, a slightly different location. Slightly different location. God, it's so laggy. Oof. The normal's fine on the rest of them. I don't know, we just got a bad normal. What I learned is that I don't want to develop any game, but I rather enjoy reading literature on this topic. Okay, that's fair. Does your game have an LOD system implemented yet? I mean, Unreal Engine has a built-in LOD system. So, if you're talking about the terrain, specifically, the terrain, I do have an LOD system for the terrain. Like a generation resolution LOD. Currently reading Mastering C++ Game Animation Programming. Yeah, it's interesting you just want to read about it and not do it. You are one of probably not very many. Alright, I'm a scandal. Yeah, later. Take care, just slime guy. Take care. So here we have another one here that's bad. It just went the impact normals went off to the side. I'm just gonna watch the flow of this real quick. So Let me zoom out a little bit more here. So here's where we're trying to go over here. And it's all fine. So we hit that. We start hitting the weird, and we actually get several frames. We actually get several frames worth of that. The cyan is the impact normal, which should not be that direction. See, that's the right one. That's what it should be. Okay, so I'm glad I started drawing that, because now we know the impact normal is the problem and it's not the sliding direction code. Okay, we got another one here. Let's check it out. We are just straight up falling through the ground. Yeah. Gotta turn on the nav mesh for this one, because this is for a terrain chunk that is not meshed. An unmeshed chunk. Yep, once again a normal that gets all fucked up. It gets all sorts of fucked up. Yeah, okay, so we found our problem, I guess. Yeah, so I'm going to... Where's my spatial mesh? Pin that. Also pin this. So spatial mesh... I wrote this line trace function which calls find nearest hit triangle. Nearest T. Oh, it's for max distance. Okay, so it's really just I'm just gonna make my own. Yeah, we're just gonna let's just call this. Here, I'm going to copy this. We're just going to call this directly, because this is the protected one, the Protechy. Techie boy. Stop scrolling, please. Stop that. Okay. Int hit TAD F vector 3 dizzle for the berry chords. Nearest to, this should just be float, right? Options, which is just query options. I'll just call it options since that's what it's called here. If it's less than max, use it. Wait, what? What is this? Hang on. What are we doing here? Using max here because we need to use less than or equal to compare box hit to nearest T. And box hit returns double max on no hit. So if we set nearest T to double max, then we will test all boxes. I don't understand why that's necessary, but we'll stick with it. Oh, we can also get rid of that. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. Find hit triangle, which is actually the spatial mesh shit. Wait, no, I am the spatial mesh, no? It's a protected method, but it's not getting mad at me yet. I think it's about to get mad at me. Root index, which is public, okay. Nearest T, double, float. Okay, it's supposed to be double. Yeah, okay, now it's mad at me. Member is inaccessible. So my spatial mesh. My spatial mesh. This is like a really weird thing because this is like a templated struct. Okay, so I don't have access to the protected ones. Oh, that's so annoying. Can I do a friend class maybe? Can I do friend? Is this what friend is for? Is this what friends are for? How do you do friend class? Munjenko, hello, welcome in. How do you do friend classes? I've forgotten. Friend is for borrowing 20 bucks. I don't think these friends are going to do that for me though. I just want to borrow usage of your function. What do you have to do? Like friend class? Something like that? Put friend there. Helping you move. Yeah, friend. Everyone needs a friend with a truck, right? Ambiguous symbol. T-mesh AABB tree. Okay, can we do UE geometry? Is that better? No, it still doesn't like that. Okay, I gotta Google this. Unreal Engine. I'll just say friend. Use protected method in friend class. It can access protected methods of the class it's declared as a friend of. Okay, but can I get an actual... I don't know how friend works. Oh, do I have to declare it the other direction? Class B. Yeah, it needs to go in the other direction, I think. Shit. That's not what I wanted. So to use, if this is to be believed, which these Google AI results are not always the greatest. What did I say? Greatest. You can do it this way. What am I saying here? How do I use this? I don't see the term friend on here anywhere. Understanding the friend class. Yeah, I think I just need to... It needs to be declared the other direction, unfortunately. Yeah, it's like the class needs to declare what its friends are rather than the other way around. Like it's like my class is like, hey, I'm your friend, right? And it's like, no, ew, no, stop that. Okay, so I can't use the friend class to get this. God, I hate how this is set up. This is like I said, it's like a templated. This is like a templated struct. So this actually like it doesn't extend from anything, but it has to have these methods because it gets passed in as a template parameter. And this is, I believe, what it has to like kind of extend. Or no, this is what like it eventually ends up getting used. Let me look at terrain chunk real quick. Where is the spatial mesh? Why not declare it in here? Or is it in the dynamic chunk mesh? Spatial, yeah, it's in here. Yeah, so like right here. You declare the spatial right here. So I do my spatial mesh, line trace. Wait, what's the purpose of spatial and spatial mesh? I forget how I set these up. I have to use... I have to set the underlying mesh to this spatial is like a wrapper around my spatial mesh, and then my spatial mesh just provides it with the functions to call for my data. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we can no longer use the friend doesn't matter anymore, because that just doesn't work the way I thought it was going to. Oh, I really want to use this function though. It's so dumb that they like didn't output all of the data that you could do. CPP encompasses so many paradigms and programming styles. Yeah, it's very verbose. It's very picky. Java is so simple compared to CPP. Well, Java has its own. Java is a very, very old language. And so there's like, in Java, there's like 10 different ways to do the same thing. And like different APIs. There's got like old APIs and new ones. You know, there's legacy ones. So it's kind of a pain for that reason. But as far as programming paradigms goes, yeah, it's a lot more straightforward. I'm mad. I want that berry chords. I want that. I guess I can. This is virtual, so I can overwrite it, I suppose, or I can just make my own. Well, no, because then I would need access to this, which is private. Find hit triangle. Ugh. So what am I supposed to do about this bad impact normal that I'm getting? Like, what else can I do? Look at that impact normal. That's supposed to be going the exact perpendicular direction. You're supposed to be straight up and down, basically. What's on F query options? Not much, really. Just triangle filter and max distance. And allow unsafe modified mesh queries. Which should never happen at the moment. Honestly. Honestly. Ah, God. Okay, so, I mean, is there something wrong with the get triangle normal? Get triangle for the triangle ID. Yeah, I mean, this is the only way I can do this, right? So, I mean, what else? Normalized vector that is perpendicular. Should I like... Oh God. Strictly define that as double? Because it's supposed to be returning a vector 3D. Maybe there's something lost in the conversion or something? In vertices buffer, you're an array of F vector. So you're an array of floats. Yeah, I feel like that's not going to make any sort of difference at all. Unnormalized direction that is parallel. ABC. Yeah, I mean, what other way can I possibly do that? I don't think there's any other way. Okay, so we're kind of stuck with this, with doing this. Intersection. What am I doing here? Triangle intersection. Does this have more information on it? Oh, I have the triangle here as well. Okay. Okay. I mean, how is this going to end up being any different, though, right? So this is the Berry coordinates, okay. Okay, I find the hit triangle and then I return the triangle intersection. Find intersection point. What does that do? Oh my god, that does so much math. Okay. This is a silly place. Okay, why am I multiplying by 3 here? I copied this from somewhere. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's say we'll keep that there for now. Let's also calculate the impact normal from the Berry chords here, or just from the triangle itself. And we'll call it F vector. We'll do a 3 dizzle. F vector 3 dizzle. And we'll just say Berry normal. And we will do this Berry chords dot. Wait, it's an F vector, right? So we'll see if that's any different. Explicit, very normal. Why are you mad? Oh, they're each supposed to be a vector. Oh, right. Wait, what is a hit Berry chords is a vector? Oh, right. Okay, I'm dumb. I was thinking it was a set of barycentric coordinates. Okay, but I guess what I would want is intersection dot triangle dot normal. Oh, there's just a normal on the triangle. Okay, well, let's just use that. Okay, so if they are not equal, impact normal is also net quantize normal. Oh boy. Okay, so I'm gonna have to compare these somehow. Can they coerce? They can. They can coerce. Yeah, I guess just like do a log here. So I can break point. Excuse me, so I can break points. And I imagine we're gonna hit that a lot. I imagine. But we'll see. We'll see which one's which here. So we do have to rebuild that. Okay, we're building. We're building. Yes, for those who may be just stopping in, working on a video game, an Unreal Engine, C++. It's going to be a RPG Colony Sim Roguelite. with procedural terrain. And I built an ECS system, which is just kind of an architecture for efficiently running thousands and thousands of entities in the world without having to like turn them off and on and stuff like that. Although we will do a little bit of that as well. But as a part of that, I wrote my own collision system so that I don't have to use the built-in Unreal Engine collision, which has to happen on the game thread. And if you don't know much about gaming or game development, you usually have a game thread, you have a render thread, which are two specific threads that specific things happen on. And then you have a bunch of background threads that you can use. A lot of game engines, though, are built to just only run on the game thread for the most part. So there's not a whole lot you can do on the background threads. And this is why they say game development or gaming is very single-threaded or not very multi-threaded. So as a part of writing my new system, I'm trying to make it more so multi-threaded. That's why I wrote my own collision system. And moving my entities around in the world, I have to do all these different line traces to make sure that they are settled along the terrain as they move on the background threads. And turns out I'm getting some weird normals, which is the direction that's perpendicular to the face of the thing that I've hit. And so I'm trying to figure out why that is. Okay, yeah, so okay, so this did happen. This happened again. Okay, this is a completely separate issue. Completely separate issue. What step are you taking to prevent entities for overpopulating the terrain? I mean, they don't just spawn randomly. Like, they're spawned very intentionally. By some RNG. By some spatial noise. I know about that issue. I'm not worried about that right now. So we're just gonna restart, try that again. So there is no... It's not like I'm just saying spawn as many as you can. I'm just letting it figure it out. Like I do a bunch of spatial noise. I filter down the points on the terrain and spawn them like a certain distance away from each other. And eventually I'll have points of interest that define their own spawn points and stuff like that. Strong Case, hello, welcome in. Welcome in, everyone. So here's the procedural terrain. I think I'll soon be rewriting this. I think oh, yep, we have an issue here. Look at this terrain chunk here. we have an oopsie. Because right now my terrain's all generated in compute shaders, and I think I want to change that. I was mentioning there's a game thread and a render thread, and compute shaders have to run on the render thread, and you only have one of those. And even though, you know, a compute shader runs on the GPU, so it's very fast, only having one thread to do so, I think my conjecture is that actually is going to be slower than having, usually CPUs have at least 8 threads in modern CPUs. So I'm missing out. I could be running 6 times as much, potentially. And it's also just way easier to work with things on in CPU code rather than HLSL. What you use YouTube Shorts for live, what not normal live? It looks very bad on YouTube Shorts. I have both. I stream on Twitch, YouTube Horizontal, and YouTube Vertical. And why do I stream on YouTube Shorts? I had a coworker at YouTube recommend me that I do that. And basically it's just because of the Shorts algorithm. So it gives me a lot more exposure. The horizontal stream gets barely any views because YouTube Live is just not set up that way. I hope to work on that soon, though. I hope to work on that soon. Could you use background thread to run parallel with the terrain thread? Well, there is no terrain thread. The terrain is already running on background threads. It's just the specific parts of the terrain generation process need to happen on the render thread, which is in parallel to the game thread and stuff. Okay, so here, where's my impact normal, or did I not get one? But you use some lib for collision math? Nope, I do it all myself. I usually have AI give me just the math for it. I just have like all these little I usually have AI give me like some, like I have a box to box intersection, box cylinder overlap. This is a DDH reversal algorithm. And there's some built-in ones that I use as well. So it's really just like polygon overlap or intersection math, which there's a lot of precedence for already. It's a very general, generic problem. So I'm just doing what math I need and where, because really the only things I need to check for are line traces against the terrain, which is the terrain data is stored in a bounding volume hierarchy. It's like a spatial data structure. So that's what that's what I was looking at when I was working on this. And then I just need to check cylinder overlaps for you could do capsule as well, but that math is a little more complicated. So cylinder's good enough for me. And that's for entity collision, checking whether like certain AoE abilities or something hit entities. The entities are you know, you use like the half height and radius to come up with the not collision, the cylinder. Okay, okay, here's a good example of what I'm trying to avoid. So we actually end up, the problem here is that we got a move to target that is like a way off the nav mesh, which I don't understand why that's happening, because I am projecting it to the nav mesh. But if you're curious why I use YouTube Shorts, here's the views for the horizontal stream. Here's the views for the YouTube Short stream. That's why. That's why. When I started doing YouTube Shorts and I actually worked on the mouse following script and set up my vertical stream a little better, started getting thousands and thousands of views, which is really good for getting people in here and chatting, which is nice. It's nice to have people here. He's like jumping, which is kind of funny. He's jumping. Okay, but where is this is why I did my Z leniency, which I'm not seeing at all. Actually, there should be like a cyan. There it is. Okay, there it is. Would entities have a bounding box to detect when it's being attacked? So what I was saying, they do have a representation of a cylinder. It's just like something I use. Like they don't like they don't just like have a box attached to them or anything. Like it's all just math. So whenever I need to do, I can show you the code. Let's go to the chunk processor, which kind of stores that's not my processor. The entity chunk processor it's a bounding volume hierarchy, but for entities specifically. So on the background thread, I'm checking every entity location and putting it into a box. And if something happens within that box that I need to, you know, like some AoE ability, then I can only iterate over the entities where that AoE ability happened. And where's the actual, I guess it's actually probably in my trace utils. Entity line. So here's an entity line trace. So I do a chunk processor entity query, which grabs me all of the entities in the location. And then this function runs over each of those entities to do the actual collision test. And so this is just for a line trace, but I have this is a built-in one, a ray cylinder intersection. And so I just kind of like, the entities have a half height and radius. That's all they're defined by. So they don't have like a box attached to them or anything. It's just like two floating point numbers, right? And then here's get entities within box. And so this is the function I built, or AI built for me. Check box cylinder overlap. Again, just half height, radius, and location. That's all it's defined by. And when attacks happen, unless they're an AoE, it's just distance based, right? So if I just swing a weapon at the entity, if I am within a certain distance, it connects. It's not like collision based fully. I guess you discrete collision tests, not continuous. If you mean that I'm not checking collision every frame. No, I only check when I need to. If that's what you mean. I'm not quite sure though. Not quite sure. Jeet, hello, welcome in. Welcome in. So if the raycast intersect with the simulator has been attacked, in certain situations, I don't think I use the line trace for any attacks. I think I use that for interactions. So sometimes I can, we can unpause here probably. Let's pause the, so like I can, oh God, it's a little laggy. But see, those are entities out there, but I can click and I targeted it. Pause, please. So see my target portrait showed up. And then there should be a target reticle on this guy now. Yeah, so that's what I use the ray intersection with. So I don't use that for any attacks, from what I remember. I think the box one happens for the Frost Nova ability. Oh, and then there's a get entities within radius, which is just a, that math is easy, right? That's just checking distance. And so that happens for my Blizzard ability, which is a radial AoE. And eventually I'll do a conal AoE as well. I'm sure I'll need that at some point. But yeah, that's what I use that for. Aditya, hello, welcome. Welcome. So we're trying to figure out why this did this. Continuous collision detection takes movement direction vectors into account, not just static positions. Yeah, so I mean, I do a little bit. That's what my velocity processor is for. I'm not doing any collision against any other entities here. I may have some processor that, there's a name for it, like the flocking algorithm, right? That kind of pushes them away from each other, so they don't all stack on top of each other. I think I'll eventually have one for that. But the velocity processor just does some line traces to settle them on the ground. Does a couple line traces, but those are terrain related traces. So yeah, we have this wander target right here. And I'm supposed to be doing some Z leniency. So this is the move to processor. This is how I decide what velocity I should add to my entities to get to where they need to go. And then the velocity processor takes that velocity and applies it to the location. And to simulate the cylinder or capsule type, not collision, but like basically the pawn area, right? I need to check if I've overlapped the target location, and I need some Z leniency, some up and down leniency, because, you know, I'm acting as if these entities are a certain height, right? Is that JavaScript? Oh, my bad, it's Java. Maybe CPP. Third time's the charm. You got it right the third time. Yeah. How do you get motivation to work on these types of projects after work? Personally, I spend at most a couple hours per week on side projects. Yeah, some days I'm very tired and very exhausted, so it's a little difficult. Usually I find it's easier when I work on this before work. So I've actually started going into work later. Well, I work remote, but starting work later, I stream in the mornings. So that's one way that I do it. But yeah, sometimes, you know, at the end of the day, even if I haven't worked, I'm just kind of tired. And it's difficult, but I love game dev. I have a lot of fun doing it, so yeah, I'm just very motivated by default, I suppose. I'm too exhausted to even move my ass out of the sofa. I mean, for me, a lot of it, diet has so much. The older I get, the more diet seems to affect my energy levels so much. Like if I eat like shit the day before, like, yeah, I'm kind of dragging ass, can't get out of this sofa type feelings. Sussy Vodka. Hello. Welcome in, Sussy Vodka. Vodka? What did I just say? But anyways, the Z leniency. So the Z leniency that I'm adding, half height times 2. Good morning. Good morning to you. Work before work, never thought of that. Flex hours are goated. Yeah. Yeah, most of my team is Pacific time, so I'm a little ahead of them anyways, so it kind of works out. But I usually don't have any meetings till later in the day, which is great. I am also interested in game development. Well, hell yeah. It's really fun. So it's really difficult, but it's really fun. Okay, so what I'm supposed to be doing here, let me read the comment. I wrote this function, and I have to read the comment every time. If the z value of the in vector, which is... Did I move this? No. Which is the entity location. If the z value of entity location is outside plus or minus z leniency from diff z. Z leniency is the height. From diff z is the move to location. It will be set to the min or max of z leniency. Otherwise, it will be set to diff z. Yeah, I should probably stop eating kebab and hamburgers. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, carbs for me just drastically slow me down, I feel. Please tell me what are the steps I shall take to start game development. Open up a new tab right now. General Ryan, open up a new tab. Type, copy and paste your comment into Google. That is the first step. There are probably a lot of YouTube videos. You should probably decide what engine you want to use. Unreal Engine, Unity, Godot, Godot. Those are the big three I think most people use. There are others out there, so feel free to explore, but those are, I think, the biggest three. Figure out what kind of game you want to make. Figure out what is important to you in a game engine, what kind of capabilities you need, what these different engines are good at, what they're bad at. You know, do you know how to write code? Okay, that opens up a lot of doors. If you don't know how to write code, Unreal Engine probably is a pretty good choice because it has a visual scripting language called Blueprints that you can use. And then you have to pick an engine and you have to start Googling. Start Googling. So yeah, here that add Z leniency projected my location up here, which I don't think is what it should have done. There's a video on Havoc channel about collision geometry, very interesting capsules, really line shapes with thickness and rounded ends, and a sphere is 0. Yeah, I do a box sweep. A box sweep collision is actually the similar scenario. Now known as spaghetti prints. Yeah, yes. I'm surprised. They're probably... I've seen a lot of people in Unreal Engine use the... they've got like custom backgrounds for their blueprint graphs. I'm surprised no one has made one that literally turns the connections into spaghetti noodles, which would be kind of funny. You'd have like a rotini setting, a cavatappi setting, you know. Welcome in though, Jed. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. I do find it cute that the entity is kind of trying to jump up there. When I didn't even implement a jump. It's just using velocity to kind of jump up there, but he's not getting there. So that should probably be down here. Let's read this again. Boom uses it as color key in OBS and has a video of someone cooking spaghetti. Yeah, Boom's got all sorts of crazy shit happening over there. I love the chaos, though. I do love the chaos. Let me think here. So entity location, if it's outside Z leniency from diff Z, the diff Z is the target location. So we're comparing that location to that location. And diff Z was what now? Yeah, the target location Z. And then we're doing half height times 2, so the height of the entity, which I suppose it's so hard to see. That's probably more than 180, right? That's probably more than 180. And I'm setting diff Z plus Z diff, so, which is in vector minus diff Z, which would be In vector is the entity location, so that's the below one, and then we're subtracting that from the one above it. So that would be it would be a positive number. So we're going to take diff z minus z leniency, I would hope. Or no, we're taking the smaller one and subtracting it from the larger one. Or subtract, oh god. Flip what I just said. So it's actually, yeah, we're adding it instead of subtracting it. I think do I need to flip this? Do I need to flip that? I don't know. I use this function all over the place, and it's working in some places. So I'm kind of concerned about flipping that. Okay, we'll try that out. We'll see if this guy gets unstuck. Oh, don't save that, no. I'm good, thanks, man. Good to hear. How goes the procedural world? It's good. It's good. Procedural world's looking nice and snatched. If you ignore this one, I think I will end up rewriting my compute shader terrain generators onto the CPU code. And I hope to fix those kinds of issues. But yeah, here's the world. Finally populating it with entities, which is fun. And I had to do a lot of work on my velocity processor, my gravity and velocity stuff. But it's getting a lot more stable. It's getting a lot more stable. We don't have guys falling to the ground all over the place. But we do have some guys, some bad scenarios that we're trying to iron out, essentially. Oh god, I wish I remembered what fucking entity that was. Well, I don't see any more red, so he might have actually gotten to where he needed to go. Privagen and private software really opened the doors for coding streams. How long have you been doing these type of streams? I guess it's a little over a year now, I guess. I think my affiliate anniversary was just last week. I don't know if I would say they opened the doors. I know Pirate Software did have something to do with creating the channel itself, which is that's a huge thing. But I did a couple coding streams like way back when as well. Like I'm talking 7-8 years ago. It is aligning this properly, so maybe it is correct. It's kind of hard to tell how much of an effect certain streamers have had on the popularity of a category, you know? They definitely had something to do with it, but who knows? I think it's more so maybe the popularity of programming itself. What algos are used for the procedural generation? I have a couple. I have three. I have three shaders that I run. I run a height map generator, which is just, 2D noise that I do a bunch of things based on. So let me open up the world map here. So here's the world map. Every pixel on here is a terrain chunk. And every pixel on here has like a white and black value. And I use that for altitude. So these ones over here are brighter, so they're higher up in the world. And then of course the ocean is 0, so that's just black. And then, some things closer to the ocean are much lower in altitude. So we have an altitude value. Each different color has a randomly selected set of noise parameters. These are like the lacunarity, the frequency, the persistence, that kind of stuff. And the scale. And so each one of these, this one is like that's a default noise. This is giant hills and lakes. This is swampy noise. Sharp mountains over here. Another swampy. Yeah. So there's different sets of terrain noise. And each terrain chunk does a weighted average blend on the height map shader to each of its neighbor chunks to blend between these different noise parameters. These different pieces of parameterized noise. So when you go from one zone to another, it's, smoothly transitions and every chunk lines up properly. And then also the chunks that are on the borders, I build a spline out of them essentially. And so I have mountains around every single one of these zones. And then the white dots are zone entrance chunks, and that represents like a break in the mountains that you can actually go. It's like a zone entrance, right? That's how you get from zone to zone. And so there's a couple in the zone I'm in now. We're only rendering a very small section. So it's like similar to Perlin noise used in Minecraft. I'm not sure Minecraft uses Perlin noise. I think most people use simplex noise, but it's really, yeah, it's a form of gradient noise, which is what they all are based off of. Simplex is a little better. Perlin was like it's a early iteration of the noise. But yeah, simplex is like the evolution of Perlin. So you can think of them the same. But yeah, it's just a gradient noise for now. And then I have just a bunch of rules for generating mountains and stuff like that. Bezier spline for mountain ridges. I mean, I think it's just a cubic interpolation. I'm not sure. We can look at it. Let me stop that for a second. Actually, I'll take a peek here. Do we have any bad ones? No, we don't. Okay, so let's clear that out. What zone am I in right now? The Labyrinth of Illusions. There's the spline for the current zone. And so you can see here on these terrain chunks that are on the edges, they have this little mountain ridge here. And you can see that lines up with the spline. So I actually do a distance. Every single vertex in these chunks, which is a lot, checks its distance to that spline and then interpolates away from it. Applies itself to a float curve. And that's how I create the mountains. Eventually, I'll add some noise to that process so that it actually, it's not just this flat mountain, right? And it'll actually be kind of like, bumpy, and it won't just be like this kind of straight line. It'll look a little bit better. But I'm not too worried about that now. But here's the zone entrance chunk right here. There happen to be some 3D noise, which I'll get to in a second. But there's an entrance chunk there, and you can see how this chunk interpolates towards that. The mountain interpolates into that chunk, and that's what creates the entrance from this zone into there. So this is that white dot on the map. So that's one step. That's one step. The next step is generating 3D noise, which I guess that happens in parallel. But the 3D noise is all the caves and stuff like that. Everything you see underneath the ground, any convex or overhangs and stuff like that happen. And it's really cool when they kind of like show through the height map. That's really cool. There's a little cave right here. So we got this nice mountain from the giant hills and lakes noise, which are now, I suppose, are just giant hills. But yeah, so that happened. And then I use a kind of custom marching cubes compute shader to stitch them together. And so that's how I get it to, I kind of like delete the sections of height. And this is actually really a huge pain in the ass to get working properly. But that's how, and that's why we kind of have these like, I'll call them artifacts, but we kind of have these like jagged edges, sort of, these real hard edges where they connect. I need to do a little bit more work on that and figure out a better way. Cause yeah, it's not the prettiest. It's not the prettiest. But yeah, I stitch them together and edit the vertices a little bit. And that's how I get it to show through. So that's the 3D noise is also it's just a 3D simplex again. And I actually have two different sets of 3D noise actually. I have the globular caves, which is what Minecraft calls cheese caves, which are these big open ones. And then I have the noodle caves, which I think Minecraft calls the spaghetti caves or something like that. And how you can make that, and I can probably show you. I think because the materials have they have a noise node. And so this, you can do this is what 3D noise looks like, but you can do like a square root, or not square root. You can square it. You can either square it or do an absolute value. So here's what the noise starts out as. This is 3D noise. And I have a really sharp contrast here. So you can imagine the white as empty space, right? Black is like solid space. And as you move through it, it creates these pockets, which are that's what the big, globby caves, cheese caves are made out of. When you multiply that against itself, it creates this. It kind of outlines that part, right? It flips it. We've also inverted it. And absolute value looks similar. A little bit different. A little lighter, tighter lines. But what I'm doing is I'm taking two of those and I'm intersecting them with each other, which looks like this. I'm adding them on top of each other. And I'm doing a little bit of clamping here. And so I'm kind of selecting which set of noise I want here, which gives me this. These are the noodle caves. This is what the noodle caves look like. So if you pick like this little dot here, and as I'm stepping through, you can see it's kind of moving through. It creates these really planar sections, which I don't like. But when you intersect them, it breaks them all up and creates like little tubes, right? And so that's what those are. That's how you make those. And I'm not quite happy with them. I'd like to do some more work on them because, yeah, that's how we get these like very big planar caves here. Like this section is just one of those noodle caves, but it's just like a big flat plane that kind of sliced through the terrain here, which looks okay. Not bad. It actually goes from zone to zone. That's pretty cool. Like, check this out. You can go from this zone, walk through this cave. You actually come out over here in this zone, which is actually pretty sweet. Actually pretty sweet. And then I take that and I actually stretch it in the X and Y direction to make it to make them more walkable, right? Because I don't want so many straight up and down tubes because you can't walk along that. So you stretch it out horizontally to make it more tubular, so that you can actually, like, this is actually nav meshed now. It's all entirely, almost entirely. If I fix my stitching, it'll probably be pretty good. So yeah, that's a breakdown of the noise generation. Never could wrap my head around procedurally generated worlds. The fact that No Man's Sky literally has world-sized planets in the game being like 30 gigs in my mind blows my mind. Well, I mean, the procedural generation is why the game is so small, right? Because they don't need to bake all of the data. It's all generated on the fly. But yeah, Sean Murray has a really good talk on the Uber noise function in No Man's Sky. So check out this GDC talk if you're interested in it.
Right, almost as we're walking around the terrain, though.
Doing an analytical derivative is another thing you can do with the noise, which is like super fucking complicated. There's an easier version of it called the finite difference method as well. That's what I use. But yeah, he does.
This is what normal Perlin noise.
Domain warping. I plan to do some of that as well when I change over my
and amplifying.
Domain perturb.
We're going to perturb the domain, so like domain warping, those are going to create our nice little flows of rivers and things. And amplifying some features.
Yeah, look at that facepalm. Really, he's like, oh, how do I explain this?
This is really simple, and it drives me crazy that I didn't think of this earlier and I didn't work on it more. As you go between octaves, the lesson that I learned from the exponentially distributed noise, a really nice trick is to have different emphasis on different octaves of your noise, and to have certain features really stand out and damp down certain features. It creates, so like a really nice trick is to have your first octave not actually be that prominent, because that's what's giving you these really repetitive sequences of mountains. Varying that makes a huge difference. Having some of the lower octaves have more impact. Now that's an area where we could have, and we didn't, where we could have taken the learning from exponential distributed noise, take some DEM data and start feeding it into this, and flew around and took some pictures. Okay, so you can start.
So yeah, they generate theirs all as a part of one function, rather than doing multiple steps like I do. So I'm kind of doing it a little bit backwards, and I'm doing that on purpose, right? Like their biomes and zones define themselves. And there's a great talk. There's a great Minecraft talk as well. Let's see here. I don't know what it's called. Yeah, this one. Thank you for the follow. Welcome.
Make a free account.
There you go. But here's their biome map, and it, like, you see they have these different noise things. And so just for every point in space, for them, it's entirely voxelized. For every voxel, they sample all the values from these different sets of noise that they have. And then that defines the biome itself, right? I'm defining the biome first and then feeding that biome into the noise function. They have a noise function that outputs not only the terrain shape, the density of the terrain, which is, you know, whether it's open space or whether it's solid space, what the terrain is made out of. Also the, you know, I think peaks and valleys, temperature, humidity, I think all three of those are used for biome stuff. And they have this like table that they use to reference it. And it looks like this, right? Humidity and temperature. And so then they have to work within the numbers generated by this to come up with what each of the biomes are just conceptually, right? So they're using indexes here. I'm sure it's a floating point. He's just doing that for simplicity's sake. But yeah, you have to like run the generator, find an instance of this, be like, hey, what kind of biome does this kind of represent? Like, what do we want that to be? You know, and then that's when they start adding like the assets and the materials and stuff there. They kind of decide, right? So that's how theirs works. Minecraft and No Man's Sky both do it in kind of like a holistic, you know, all-in-one go, which is very, very efficient. Mine is quite a bit less efficient. But what I'm trying to do with the procedural generation is be more intentional about it. Because one thing I find is that there's no grounding of the random generation a lot of times. I haven't played No Man's Sky. It is on my wish list, so I'll need to verify this, but at least in Minecraft, I find that there's no intention behind the procedural generation. It's all just, you know, it's all purely random. The zones seamlessly blend from one to another. Sure, the things that are in those zones are applicable to those zones. But like the zones don't have names, they don't have stories, the NPCs don't know where they're at in the world, right? And that's what I kind of want to iterate on. And because I do want my game to be very, very intentional, especially with the AI generated quests and stuff, which is why I have these cool names on my zones. You know, we've got Raven's Roost, you know, Festering Bog over here, which is a desert, doesn't make sense. Ageless Woods, Church of Faith, that's a zone name. The Echoing Chamber, Ember Glow Thicket, Shade Watch Abyss, Waterstone Lake, Void Crest Peaks. You know, those all sounds awesome, right? And if I can use that to like determine like what's spawned there, you know, what kind of story takes place there, I think that'll be really cool. So that's a side quest on explaining procedural generation. Maybe reality is procedurally generated as well. Yeah, it is. Called physics. Is it possible? If it's possible to generate biomes as you explained on the surface, wonder why No Man's Sky planets don't have multiple biomes. Yeah, so I don't like procedural planets because they're too big and you can't really make it interesting, right? And I think the answer to that question is they just don't have enough. Like, I'm pretty sure they talked about, like, there is different terrain noise throughout the planet. But I think and again, I haven't played it, so correct me if I'm wrong, anyone. But I think all, like, the assets and stuff that are spawned are pretty similar across. And maybe there are different, like, biomes, but they're so seamlessly blended to one another and they fit the vibe of the planet that it's kind of hard to notice. Right? It all kind of feels like one holistic thing. And I think the answer to it is just that it's too big. It's too big to fill out with interesting procedural generated features across the entire planet. And the planets are too big that you can't expect a player to... You wouldn't want, especially for the kind of game that No Man's Sky is, you wouldn't want a player to spend their entire time on one planet. They would spend way too much time exploring one planet if you made it too interesting, right? Like, the game is supposed to be about space travel and traveling to new planets. So you kind of don't want it to be that interesting. And we also saw Starfield try to do procedural planets as well. People hated it there. I guess their procedural generation wasn't strong enough. Which I don't think procedural generated terrain needs to be super strong. It just kind of depends on what aspect it takes in your game. And I think I haven't played Starfield, so from what I've read is that, or the vibe I got from the problems with Starfield's procedural generation is that they used it as content too much. And I'm not even planning on using mine for content, but I think mine's probably better than theirs is, honestly. Again, I haven't played it, so if anyone who's watching this has played Starfield, let me know what you think. But yeah, they were using it too much as content, and the worlds were very samey. If you just use procedural generation as a backdrop to your actual gameplay and your actual content in your game, I think it can be great. It's a great way to kind of vary it up a little bit, get a little bit of variance. As long as you don't treat because like in Starfield, exploration, same with No Man's Sky, exploration are the key points of the game, from what I understand. And so No Man's Sky succeeds at that because their procedural generation is very high quality. Starfield failed at that because their procedural generation was not high enough quality. This is my own game that I'm working on. This is my own game that we're talking like procedural generation. So this is I have a video game here. It's called My Project at the moment, no name. Very early on in the process, but it's a procedurally generated world. It's going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite on top of that. Destructible terrain as well. And we're just going to talk about procedural generation approaches right now. And we were looking at a map of here's my world map. So yes, I am making a game. Star Wars got interesting planets, archetypes, very simple. Sand, snow, or trees. Is there a Star Wars game that does procedural generation? I'm not aware. Each planet has a unique biome, so you have like the toxic planets, cold planets, etc. Yeah, and yeah, you're correct. The whole idea about No Man's Sky is exploration, not settling down and building a family. Yeah. The whole they need the space travel part of the game to be part of the game, and I don't like that. That's the whole reason I don't like procedural planets, is because if you made it, they don't fit. If you make them too interesting, then you're kind of wasting your procedural chops all on one planet, right? Versus spending time splitting that interestingness across multiple planets, if that makes sense. And either you want people to travel between planets, or you want people to explore the current planet. So it's like, are you exploring? It's just like the scale of it is very hard to do. It's very hard to do. And so that's why I prefer just doing like a non-planet procedural generation. I do think technology-wise it's very cool. I just think it's very hard to make fit into game design in a satisfying way. And No Man's Sky has succeeded, but as you say, Identity of Marcus, like, you know, for a single planet, the biome's the same across the whole planet, so you don't really spend that much time there, from what I understand. I mean episode 1 to 6. Oh, so you're just talking about vibes in general. They only got 2 of each kind. Okay. Yeah, you're just talking about the vibes in the movies. Yeah. You're talking about like what types of biomes you can have for planets. I see. Yeah. Everything I've read in comments and that you have said, it sounds amazing. I'll definitely play this when you release the beta. Hell yeah, thank you. Yeah, no name or release date or anything like that so far. So you'll just have to sub or something and check back in every once in a while. I'll definitely be plugging the hell out of, you know, whatever Steam page, wish list link or whatever I get. What game engine is most beginner friendly? Probably Scratch, but that's not really a production game engine. If you want an actual engine, I would say Unreal Engine is and isn't beginner friendly. It's beginner friendly in that you don't need to know how to code, and you can use graphs like this. But there are a lot of systems. There are a lot of systems in it to learn. So in that way, it's not just sub to keep an eye on you. Thank you. I appreciate that, Sato. I appreciate the questions too. So yeah, long story short, I hope to be more intentional about the procedural generation so that I can ground things in the world better and make, you know, I want procedurally generated quests that actually like reference the world, right? If you have a, you know, let's say you have a, let's go. Let's say there's a procedurally generated colony here, and there's some, you know, colonists spawn in there. There's some NPCs spawn in there, and there's this cave right here. let's say this cave is filled with goblins or something, you know, some monster or something. Like, the natural quest that should be generated from that is help us fight off these goblins. Go clear out that cave of goblins, right? And I want that cave to have a name. I want the town to have a name. And I want the quest to be generated to be like, hey, so-and-so at blank town wants you to go kill the goblins in the such and such cave. That's the kind of grounding that I want to do. That's a very simplified version. How long are you in game development? About 2.5 years on this project, yeah. That's why I look forward for when Light No Fire releases. One planet, but still the same size as a No Man's Sky planet. Oh, is that a new one? Yeah, so it sounds like they're going the other way with it, right? They're going one planet, make it more interesting. So no space travel, right? And the thing is, like, with that, like, the math now involved in making a spherical planet, and the like, you literally have to do a triplanar mapping onto the sphere if, like, to go for the voxelization. If, like, that's how No Man's Sky does it. They actually take a triplanar mapping, and so there are actual voxels on the No Man's Sky worlds. And they say you can't even notice it, but there are distorted voxels, apparently, where that triplanar mapping, because that's how you, like, put the noise onto a 3D sphere. And it's just like, if you're not going for the universe size, you know, travel from planet to planet gameplay, then you're kind of wasting complexity, right? If you just have the one planet, like, you have all this complexity of having to apply procedural generation concepts to a sphere, all of the math related to have gravity on a sphere, which it's all known and it's doable, but it's just like, just make a flat world. It's so much easier, and it's gonna have 99% the same effect, right? The only thing is, you just don't wrap around. I mean, you can shoehorn that in too. Like, you can just make it like, here's my world, it's square. When you get to the end of it, it's just ocean. But I could have easily written code to just say, hey, when you get to one of these chunks up here, the next one just starts from the bottom. I could have made this wrap in a flat way, and that's way easier than making a planet. So another reason why I don't like planets that much. Okay, we got a bogey who's stuck here, actually, which will be an interesting guy to check out. I would like to know which one he is. Oh, here we go. He got unstuck. Oh god, I need to find a better way. You know what I should do? When I click on them, I should put their entity ID in the nameplate. How much easier is it to make a pixel 2D game than a 3D game? Much easier, especially if you're not good at vector math. I think it's a 2D game just because it's less rendering of things, but I want to ask for more detailed explanation. Yeah, I mean, just the math involved is way easier, right? Like, you now have 3 components rather than just 2, which is that's not a 33% increase in complexity. That's like a square root or a squared increase in complexity, right? The math is a lot more difficult. Yeah, rendering things, you know, the kinds of assets that you need are going to be more expensive, more difficult to make. The textures you need, you know, now need to be mapped onto a 3D object, so you got to deal with, like, UVs and stuff. Like, yeah, there's a lot more concepts that go into 3D. So yeah, 2D is much easier. Will you have, like, a giant data structure of potential names for places, towns, etc. for your game? That is, right now I just have a little data table of zone names data. So these are all, like, these are all generated by AI. And then I just pick random ones whenever the zone gets created. But eventually I will be creating the names, making a call to the API that I do. Because I do have in-game procedural, or not procedural, LLM generated quests. I dump my entire item database and everything spawned into the world into a massive prompt, and I say, hey, generate a quest, and put it into a JSON object. And Gemini, because of its 1 million context window, actually does a pretty freaking good job of that. And it gives me a quest response that I can actually use and have used to spawn things into the world. Like, it may pick a quest to be like, hey, go defeat some bandits, and it'll pick my bandit class that I gave it and spawn it. So I'm going to do a similar approach where you know, all of the information about the zone, like what kind of zone it represents and stuff. We're gonna clear this out because we're just talking. We're just yapping at the moment. Clear that out. Like all the information about like the altitude, you know, what biome is spawned here, what is the noise representing, you know, I'll come up with a set of tags that describe that, and I'll pass that to an LLM, and I'll be like, hey, come up with a name for this zone, fantasy name for this zone. And then I'll use the zone name to pass into that prompt I just explained for the procedural quests. And then that will hopefully influence the quests in a fun way, right? And it'll actually pick, and I'll probably give it like the neighbor zones as well, like in case it wants to create a quest to go to a different zone. I think that'll be cool. I wonder how one would generate names that aren't just jumbled words that are unreadable and incomprehensible. Usually you can look it up. You can look up like how to generate names and stuff like that, but usually there are it's just a bunch of rules that you can do, and there are some generators out there that you can look at to see an example. But yeah, in general, it's just a set of rules that, and you kind of define, like, let me find a, you know, like woods. No, you can have like a two word zone, ageless woods, and some adjective, and then some, you know, landmark, you know, woods being like a landmark, you know, it could be ageless canyon, ageless rivers. It could be, you know, and you just come up with a set of adjectives and a set of landmarks, and you just randomly pick one to go together. So usually you have predefined terms or something like that. Like this is just called, like there's also like all of these, the blank of blank zones, the amulet of protection, the assassin's hideout of silence, the blank of blank, you know, maelstrom of souls, the scepter of rule, soul scream valley. I would like some single word ones that aren't just like Frostfang Pass, you know, Ironspire Heights. Yeah, these are very formulaic names. They were generated by an LLM, but they are very formulaic and rulesy. Hi, Perons. Hello there. Welcome in. We have two Emberglow Thicket and Emberglow Marsh right there. It'd be cool to see a ship that go beyond horizon and hides behind waterline. There's not such game. A ship that goes beyond. Not sure what you're talking. You just mean like something off into the distance? I feel like Dune does that. I just accidentally teleported myself to the ocean. Oh no, is it gonna generate? It's not. Oh god. Try again. Okay, so we're on this is my very flat zone. How many people are working on this with you? I'm going alone. Yes, I am going at it alone. The generation is struggling to keep up with all the things I've asked it to generate. If you're going for super unique names for each gameplay session, you can use TinyLLM with a temperature of 1. That way you won't have to set up a llama endpoint. I wouldn't use a llama endpoint either. I'm sorry, but the llama models are not worth making an API call to. If I'm making an API call, it's going to be to Gemini or Claude or ChatGPT. It's not going to be to llama. I will probably use some local models for things like some colonist banter and stuff like that. I think that there are more and more coming out that people have mentioned every day that seem pretty good. There was someone came in, I forget their name, but they were super helpful, and I actually gave them my quest generator prompt to pass into their. They were running a local model, a DeepSeek model, and that actually generated a pretty good fucking quest, actually. Still a cool map setup. Yeah, I mean it's pretty good so far, right? It's just like they don't make sense. Like this is called the Labyrinth of Illusions. There's no labyrinth there. There's no labyrinth in that zone. This desert is called the Seder Woods of Revelry. Like that doesn't make sense, right? So just got to do a little bit more. Any tips for a beginner or game developer? Nothing specific, no. I should not have these grab names when they're spawned. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that real quick. That'll be in the proxy actor. It's one way to get there, I suppose. Proxy actor. Can you go down there? Where is the character component? Character component. Yeah, I guess I don't have a way to specify default. Yeah, it's just spawned with no settings. Let me look at the component entity data. What do I call it? I forget what I call it. Wait, where do I put that? Oh, it's just on the proxy actor data. Okay. It'd be nice if I could edit these. Oh, I was having so many issues with this, though. I don't know if I want to change these. Entity character component. Okay, I'll just do this from within the character component. We'll just say if it's spawned by a... If generate random info on spawn, that is set to true. Game state, if has character info. Yes, I am here. Well, welcome. Glad you could make it. So we'll just say, like, if this is an entity. If, I guess we'll need to auto entity interface. Yeah, that if we are spawned by an entity interface, you almost got it right. You almost got it right. AI. And this is true. And we have a valid entity, which get owner would be the proxy actor. Does the proxy actor actually, it should have it set already. That's like the first thing it does. Where's init proxy actor? Yeah, that's the first thing it does. Okay. And we have a valid entity. The name, I will then set b blah 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 to false, and we will set character info dot first name equals entity character info dot last name equals the ID, entity ID. Is there a .to string? No. F string. Is it string here or is it name? It's string. F string from int entity ID. Okay. So then I can click on the entities and know which ones they are. Let's rebuild that real quick and we'll start it back up. For those just joining, working on a video game in Unreal Engine. We're building right now. It's going very slow. We've messed it up on accident. Let's restart that. But we're working on a video game in Unreal Engine, so that'll be in C++ mostly. And it's going to be a RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain. And so today we're just doing some work on making sure the entity system that I wrote, and this will be how everything is like spawned and ran in the world, so that we can do it efficiently, not really the built-in way of doing things. But we're working on making sure that that works properly with the procedural terrain. Making sure the entities can move around all right, making sure they don't fall through the ground, making sure we get proper navigation information, that kind of stuff. And for debugging purposes, I need to know which entity is which, because the visual logger, I do have like a bunch of logs that I need to look up when I see something wrong. And I don't necessarily know which entity is which unless they're actors, which is only when they're within a very small radius of me. So if I see something wrong off in the distance with an entity, now I should be able to just click on it and see which entity it is. Let's run this again. Here's the procedural terrain. Here's the procedural terrain. So very kind of like Minecraft, where each world has a different seed. You'll have different terrain in every one, different world map and stuff like that. And I'm really just hoping the terrain takes a backdrop to the actual content in the game, so that I don't want to make the terrain the content, right? Because then that means it needs to be very good, and I don't want to have to rely on that. So we'll get more into gameplay stuff soon. Turn off that information. So now this is the visual logger, and this like shows me where entities are in the world, because they're not actually rendered. Like I can't see that guy, so why render him, right? That's wasted processing power. And I need it. I need all of it. So there should be like little red pips that pop up when something goes wrong. And I think one of the last issues we were having was at the impact normal. I have to do a line trace against the terrain to ensure gravity settles them on the terrain as they're moving around. And the normal I was getting from that was not correct in some situations. And what I've done... Am I using Unreal Engine? I am. This is Unreal Engine. What have I done? Facial mesh. Yeah. So we put a... Can I open the actual thing? Yeah, we put a breakpoint here for when these normals are different, to see if that gives us a better normal, which we've never hit yet. We haven't hit yet at all. And I don't see any issues yet. Oh, okay. There's one. So he was falling. Oh, God. That was so fast. Okay. Yeah. See, this impact normal is wrong. But it looks like it's not any different. I would have hit that log if it was different from the other one. So yeah, that is not the right impact normal. That's the right one. The cyan line is what we're looking at. And so when that happens, it fucks up the movement. So that's a little worrying that we're getting invalid impact normals. But are you using 5, the newest one? Yep. 5.6. So what other ways can I fix this, right? I tried to come up with the normal in a different way, and it looks like they're the same. It looks like they're the same. What other information do I have on this intersection? What are you doing? Just join the stream. We're working on a video game. RPG Colony Sim Roguelite procedural terrain. Trying to do some error handling for entities in the world. Here's the terrain. And yeah, we're getting, I'm doing a little bit of velocity and gravity processing, and we're getting some invalid impact normals when I trace against the ground. So the cyan line should be pointing straight out of the ground, not tangential to it. So that's wrong. That's what it should be. That's what it should be. And so I don't know if the triangle information is, if the triangle information was wrong, then I imagine the impact point would be entirely wrong as well. I'm wondering if I just need to calculate the normal. They're all just using this vector util normal. Function. Which, how do I calculate my normals? Is that in the mesh generator? Compute vertex normals. Okay, maybe I should do something like this. We'll see if this outputs a different result. So tri-normal seems to be the same in most scenarios. Vertices, so this is now just intersection dot triangle dot. This is a vector. Oh, it's like stored really weirdly, so we'll have to do that. So yeah, that's. Really impressed with the train generation. Thank you. I appreciate that. Is it based on Unreal Landscape Actor or just is it static mesh? Neither. Dynamic mesh component. So neither of those will actually be editable at runtime. So neither of those will work for procedural terrain. So you need a mesh that can be changed at runtime, which the dynamic mesh component or procedural mesh component are your only options. I used to do it on procedural mesh components, but the dynamic mesh component is a newer thing. It kind of seems to be superseding the procedural mesh component and has a lot more built-in functionality with the geometry script library, which has a lot of really useful functions. So yeah, using dynamic mesh components. But I appreciate the kind words. Thank you. Let's see. We'll do face normal here. We'll see. And let's just set that. We'll optimistically set that to face normal. And we'll see if that helps at all. So what is this guy doing now? This is 168. You did like fix it. You did fix yourself. Is there anyone having any issues right now? This guy. Who also, yeah, the errant normal there for sure. What was your last frame? Okay, so this is entity 126. I'm just gonna click play. Pause real quick. Yeah, that normal is wrong. That normal is quite wrong still. It's almost like I'm almost coming up with the wrong normal. Am I coming up with the wrong fucking normals? I think I am. But wait, why isn't it... I don't know if this equality check actually... Oh no, they're the same now because I changed it. Oops, okay. We'll call this try normal. Which this is going... That's going to be different every frame now. So actually, the... Am I calculating the wrong fucking normals? Cool to see people making these types of systems with geometry script. Yeah, I only use it a little bit. And I actually found that a lot of the, like, here's one such function that I use. I think that might be the only one now, actually. Well, I do a Boolean subtraction for the tree chopping and for the destructible terrain. But for the destructible terrain, I think I'll move away from that, from the geometry script library functions. Because I found that, like, when you get to really large meshes, the geometry script library functions are actually non-deterministic, which is a huge issue. Kind of makes them not able to be used very effectively. And maybe a part of my issue with building some of these and why they turn out errant. So we'll see if this we'll see if I need to rewrite some things. Yeah, this normal is not right. Is it backwards? Is that why? Well, if that was the case, then it should just be... Yeah, we should probably get safe normal as well. Yeah, that's gonna happen every time now, actually. I'm just gonna pause. Show me the cyan line. Yeah, it's just going the other direction. Okay. Well, let me look at the built-in normal function. So yeah, we do edge 1, edge 2, same as what I'm doing. 0, 1, 2. Normalize both of them. Cross edge 2, cross 1, which is what I was doing as well. And then they normalized it. Wait, why is mine always pointing the other way and theirs isn't? Let's call this my normal, and then there's a third way. Just say normal for now, which was the intersection dot triangle dot normal, which is v0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, which did the same fucking thing. So my normal should be... This is like intersection normal. Geometry being non-deterministic is a huge epic goof. Yeah, I don't... Yeah, it's not... It's specifically when it gets to large meshes, it becomes an issue. Probably to facilitate multi-threading. No, that's not the reason why. It's all happening within a single function. It has to do with, from what I've seen, the winding threshold, I believe. So there's a lot of thresholds within the geometry script library for like tolerances and stuff like that. I think that's where the non-determinism comes from. And the larger your meshes that you're working with, the more likely you are to hit that tolerance more often. Triangle normal not equal to yeah, what do we want to set impact normal to here? We'll just continue to test my normal, which is happening now the same exact way. This is happening the same exact way as that. Except they pass it into this normalized function. That's the only difference. Let's test that. So entity 126. They are different. How different are they? How are they different? They're facing the direction, the numbers are the same for the most part. One's a double, one's a float, so they're slightly different. But one is negative, one is not. How on earth does that? I'm literally doing the same thing, but I guess it's this like normalized function. Huh. Yeah, we got the 3 points. 0, 1, 2. Edge 2. Well, okay, I did it backwards. Okay, let's try that again. You're waiting way too long for feedback. Try automated tests. Have you ever written an automated test for a video game? Have you ever written one of those? What are you working on, dude? I'm working on a video game. Unreal Engine. Okay, now it looks a little better. Yeah, they're slightly different now, but now it should be. I was doing the wrong direction. Where did Entity 126 go? Pause for a second. He's moving along. At least I'm not getting any hits actually. So the impact vector is not coming through at all. Okay, let's just clear it out and we'll wait for another issue to pop back up here. Okay, any issues? Should be making an automated game, wasting time making a game. Yeah, right. If you made an automated test for everything in a video game, you'd never get to work on the video game. And also, like, I understand the importance of testing. There are some things I could unit test or even automation test, but like right now what we're specifically doing is like the real test, right? What I'm trying to do is iron out the kinks in combining these two systems in the real world. So I want to see the real issues, right? I'm getting a real issue that I don't think would have been caught by any sort of automated test, where every once in a while the impact normal is bad. Now this could be a data structure issue. This could just be, you know, some coding issue. Like there's a lot of places this issue could be coming from. So yeah, I don't think Daniel understood maybe that we were working on a video game here and what that would take and kind of what we're trying to test at the moment, which is the real thing. We're trying to test the real thing. How long would it take for a fairly smart person to understand this? I mean, I've been working on this for about 2.5 years, so less than that. I think in the biz we call that an integration test. I mean, there's different terms for different things. But integration tests do have to fake things at some point. Yeah, so that impact normal is bad. And integration tests do not catch everything. Yeah, dude, the vector is completely bad every single time. I don't know why my normal is different than the other normals. They normalize the edges. Is that why? I mean, there's no way that makes a difference, right? There's no way. V1 minus 0, V2 minus 0, edge 1, 2. Normalized. I mean, I'm just doing the get safe normals. I mean, that should be fine. I'm literally doing the exact same fucking thing. Literally doing the exact same thing. I love how they commented one out. Like, you can tell they were trying to test both to figure it out. Okay, let's scroll back over here. Yeah, he's stuck because of... Yeah, it's still bad. Why is it so bad? Which language is this? C++. And what am I trying to achieve today? We're just trying to test our entity movement systems. The velocity processor and gravity processing to make sure that they can move around in the world, not get stuck, not fall through the ground, that kind of thing. Why is my normal so bad? Do you also do Golang code streaming? No. No, I do not. Which is weird because, like, if that was the case, like, my out normals should be pretty fucking bad. Yeah, why are these different? I don't understand why these are different, unless it's just that normalize function. T-vector real time. What do you need? Oh, it wants a ref. Okay. So edge 2, we'll just do this here then. Oh my god, of course I can't now do the cross on it. Oh, that's so annoying. Oh, I'm fucking dumb. I'm using this completely wrong. There we go. Does that make it correct now? I'm just trying to understand the difference between this code and what it does. The way I read your code, it would seem that it would be hard to test, but not because games should intrinsically be untestable, but because high coupling of your code to the framework. Buddy, I don't think that you can discern that from looking at one code file, to be honest with you. If you decouple them, the automated test would become trivial. They also would test less if you decoupled them, right? And I'm not even saying that they're inherently they're actually not. Like, this is a very decoupled system that we're looking at here. And so there's a lot you don't understand about how I have the code set up. And I know you're trying to help. I appreciate that. This is not the kind of thing that would be caught by a test. This is not the kind of thing that would be caught by a test. Get it? One, because it's inconsistent. Okay, now the normal's correct. Ish. I mean, I know it's going to be wrong some cases too, because we're literally doing the same thing. Yeah, see, the normal's wrong there, for sure. Wrong a lot, actually. There, it's correct. If it's have you done game development? Like, do you understand game development? Do you understand what a spatial mesh or a bounding volume hierarchy are, or how to line trace through that and find the intersection between a triangle and any given ray? I mean, there's a lot to it, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to say, like, there's a lot of upfront understanding you need to have about what I've written here and the systems that I use to have a take like you have. And so, like, to back up and just explain the problem space a little bit better, I have an ECS system and I have procedural terrain. I want the procedural terrain to be generated at all times, and the world to be running at all times. Let me clear and stop this real quick to kind of give you a problem space level. Okay, so here's the world, right? It's a very big world. Every pixel on here is a terrain chunk. Here is how big a terrain chunk is. So the world is 128 by 128, which is about 1.5 kilometers. And for the Colony Sim side of my game, I want the whole world to be online. So I had to write my own ECS system so that I can efficiently run thousands and thousands of entities across the world very efficiently on the background thread. Now, with the procedural terrain, having the whole world running, I can't have all of the terrain generated at all times. Meshed, that is. So what I have to do to save on memory, like there are terrain chunks here, of course, but they're not actually they're not meshes. They're not actually meshed here. So it's just data at this point. It is just a triangle and vertex, a set of triangle and vertex data buffers. And I can use that to export to the nav mesh to have it generate navigation, even when there's not actually a mesh there, which is how it usually works. That's the classical way to do it. And that's how I also spawn these things. Spawn all the stuff. I know where the terrain's going to be, even though the terrain isn't there. And it's not just set to invisible or not shown. It is literally, there is no mesh there. The mesh is not there. And I can use these triangle and data buffers, which here's what that looks like. Here's what the data looks like there. See, every single one of these triangles and every single terrain chunk, if I wanted to test if there was a collision through there, if I wanted to say, hey, for any given line in 3D space, does it collide? Where does it collide? Which triangle does it collide to with the terrain? I would have to iterate over every single triangle, transform it to world space, do a triangle ray intersection test. So some geometry, math. And I would need to make sure that that is the first triangle within the path of the ray, which is very non-trivial work. It's very non-trivial work. So what I do to make that more efficient is I store all of that triangle and vertex data in a bounding volume hierarchy it's a spatial data structure. And it's a way that I can do a line trace without having to query through every single triangle because they're stored based on their location. So there's actually in memory little tiny boxes that break up this mesh, and then I can use the ray that I'm using to trace against the terrain to figure out which of those little tiny boxes I need to query through, I need to iterate through. So I only iterate through a very small subset of triangles, and that is decoupled from the terrain. Like the terrain stores spatial data structure, of course, but the spatial data structure is independent of the terrain, so it is decoupled. And there is no way you'd be able to tell that from looking at just these two files, which is what we've been looking at so far. This is literally one function. This is literally a single function that we're looking at. This is a vector util file, which is a built-in engine code. And so what's happening is that when I move these entities around in the world, I am doing a line trace, which I've had to rebuild the built-in Unreal Engine line traces to work with the system that I've built, with this bounding volume hierarchy, this spatial mesh that I have, and my own, triangle trace. And we've crashed. That's wonderful. It's wonderful. But every once in a while, randomly, we will get an impact normal, which if you're unfamiliar with game dev, and it sounds like you might be, I'm not sure, but you might be. A normal is the vector in 3D space that points perpendicular to the surface of something. And this is used for lighting a lot. That's primarily the use case for them. But I can also define like the slope of the terrain. And for me, it's going to determine I need to get a perpendicular vector to that using some math as well, which will be it'll be like a cross product applied to the difference of the start and end location multiplied by the velocity, the sliding direction based on the impact normal. So you take the impact normal, which should be pointing directly outwards of the terrain, and you need to come up with a perpendicular vector that slides along the terrain. And you need to make sure that's going in the right direction, because perpendicular could be and that there's 360 degrees of rotation that perpendicular could be. But the problem is, every once in a while, this line trace function, which is doing this is the spatial data structure. See spatial here. This returns an impact normal that is tangential to the terrain rather than perpendicular to the terrain, which messes up my sliding direction. Because that's not the correct impact normal. So I'm trying to come in here and determine why that is randomly the case. Sometimes the case. And so much so that, I've looked at the terrain, I've looked at the triangles of the terrain where this happens at, even though we're hitting the same triangle, which is we get the hit triangle ID from one of these functions. And then I can get the triangle with that ID and get the normal from that, which is, this is how I was doing it previously. Get the triangle normal. Yeah, so even though it's the same triangle, we get the same triangle ID for the same triangle, the normal isn't correct. Like, why is that? How would you write a test for that? How would you write a test that, because what you'd have to do for the automated test is you'd have to give it data. You'd have to give it some set of data, right? And because this is happening randomly, there may be an issue with the data, there may be an issue with the code, there could be an issue anywhere. And when you set up tests, you have to stub it at some point. I know that there's unit tests where you stub, more things. There's integration tests, there's automated tests. You do have to stub at some point. And that stubbing is what would make this very difficult to test, because you could be stubbing the thing that is wrong, and you would never know it. And that's not to say that in game development people don't write tests. There are tests in game development. This is a very, very large-scoped problem that I do not think an automated test would be capable of catching. I would have to do this on effectively a large scale, which would be the entire world, because it's so random, because it only happens, every once in a while. And it doesn't matter if that's decoupled or not. That wouldn't change that. So there's the explanation therein. Now, I suppose I could log. Let's log some things and we'll see. Let's log the triangle ID and we'll verify our assertions that the triangle ID is the same every time. So let's go back to using the triangle normal. And I guess I don't need to know if it's different. And let's instead log, I don't have the entity or anything, so this is going to be very hard to log down. I don't have the entity in here because it's decoupled. Do I output the triangle index? I output the triangle index. Yes, okay. Let me go back to the code that I copied some of this from. That was a wrong guess. Yeah, well, I mean, what I'm trying to teach you is that you can't just look at one file and, first of all, you can't look at one file and just say, hey, you need to decouple it. Because automated tests catch all things, and if you can't write a test for it, therefore that means your code is decoupled. Like, you're making a lot of assumptions there. I'm trying to teach you that those assumptions, you just can't make those from the limited information you have. And I'm not mad at you or anything. I'm sorry. I'm trying to educate. I'm trying to educate. Do you calculate the velocity in your own way? Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I was just going by saying it's hard to test. From my experience, most troubles with test is cause coupling, hence my guess. It's okay. You don't have to apologize. It's fine. That is not how you presented your conjecture. You said the way I read your code, it would seem that it would be hard to test because it's coupled. But that's totally okay. I'm not sure what experience you have, but in my experience, things being hard to test is because of complexity of the underlying system. Coupling can probably impact that, but I don't think it necessarily does. Seems like every time you debug is forward underneath the terrain when it happens. Do I have any examples of that? No, I don't. Oh yeah, we crashed, so I can't even tell. The velocity is not taken into it's not taken into effect here, but getting a backface hit would be the velocity triangle maybe starting underneath the terrain. Getting a backface hit could be a thing. Although if we got a backface hit, one shouldn't. This should properly handle backface hits. But if we did, the normal should be pointing the other direction, directly down. If we were getting the backface hit. And also, in response to testing in game development, there are just oftentimes too many variables to test, to assert. And if you wrote a test like that, it would be broken all the time. You'd spend most of your time fixing that test because the underlying systems are complicated, because there are so many variables to assert, and because you're developing, so things are changing. So that's why I'm not writing any tests for game development right now. You know, maybe for the simpler things I could, but the simpler things oftentimes don't need tests, right? It looked like a back hit. Yeah, well, I'll take a look at that. I do feel like if I got a back hit, though, it wouldn't be a tangential vector. It would be a going in the opposite direction. What was I doing though? I'd completely lost my train of thought for what I was going to do here. The triangle normal. Yeah, I want to log this somehow. And I was going to look at the code that I base this off of. So let's look at show me this mesh spatial sort. Yeah, I forgot what code I based this off of. Let me find usages of this. I'll know it when I see it. I'll know it when I see it. F collider? Was it F collider mesh? Where are you at? God damn it, I should have put a comment as to where I got that code from. Mesh type. There's a certain mesh I based this off of. Was it just F dynamic mesh? Maybe. Let me find where this is used in the engine, perhaps. Let me look here. Mesh surface. Oh, that's my own code. No? Oh no, that's not it. Is this it? Yeah, why am I multiplying by 3? Why am I doing that? Preview mesh, scene adapter. Write a function that checks if the norm is tangent and then add that into your function. If it's tangent, log the input values, dump or serialize them, then crash. You'll be able to inspect the input. Yeah, that might be good at capturing the scenario. I definitely wouldn't want to crash. I'll just put a breakpoint there instead. I wanted to just inspect the hit ID. Is what I want to do here. I don't use this hit triangle index or anything. And what I'm trying to do, like, that wouldn't... The problem with that is that I can't see that in relation to other frames, which is the problem, right? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. If I see the output of when it doesn't work, I'm not going to know. I'm not going to be able to read the output or input or whatever information I have. I'm not going to see. That's just going to be raw data, right? And I'm just going to be like, okay, it was wrong. Here's what the data looked like. So what I'm trying to do is come up with a way to get this information into the visual logger so that I can see when it's wrong, when it's right, and then I can compare the inputs or all the data and see why it's different or what is different about it. And before I do that, I just wanted to look at some usages of this to see how it's being used. And there was some place I copied some of this code from, and I forgot where it is. And that's why I was saying I wanted the entity so I could log it alongside the entity. But I'll just have to do it from outside this function, which is fine, not a big deal. Is it mesh spatial functions? Is that what is that where I got it from? Yeah, that's all my own code. Yeah, I don't use this for anything, I don't think. I only set it. I guess I use it for debug showing the vertex data. That's about it. Multiplying by 3 is suspect there, but that doesn't really impact our issue, so we're going to bypass that for now. Let me see what this is. Mesh spatial. I'm pretty sure this is where I copied it from. I'm pretty sure that's the one I copied it from. Which they don't do anything with normals or anything like that. Geometry set 3? Okay. Well, let's just get this logged. So this is being called from the procedural terrain subsystem. So we'll go in here. And we do assign all those values to the hit. So what we'll do is go to the trace utils. And I guess we're doing the line trace multiply channel equal to terrain. Trace multiply channel, we get the output hit. So yeah, we'll have to log this from the velocity processor. And that's totally okay. Totally okay. So which one are we interested in? Cyan. Where's Cyan at? This guy. Okay. So we're just going to log some information. Vlog, what do I want to log here? Let's log the, we'll do hit, yeah, hit dot triangle index. Because a lot of these happen on the same triangle, so I should be able to see a difference there if that's wrong. Hit triangle index. What else do we want? Berry chords. That's going to be different every time too. Do you have to work today or long stream? Long stream. Weekend. Don't work on weekends. I'm stuck between choosing what I want to learn, shaders or C++. It depends on what you want to do. You have to figure out what your goal is. You have to figure out what your goal is. And then use that to inform your decision. So yeah, the triangle index is one thing. I could log the berry chords. I don't know, like, that's probably not going to give me very much information. XYZ. I guess these will need to be F, right? So yeah, we can do that. I'm going to rebuild, and I'm going to be right back. Quick break. BRB. Okay. I'm back. Okay. So let's start it up. We'll see berry chords and hit triangle index is what we're looking at. That's what we're going to be looking at here. Yeah, here's the procedural terrain. Okay. We're going to have a really weird looking terrain chunk somewhere. Where is it? No? Yeah, so that assert we just hit, I think that's from some of the geometry script library functions. Yeah, this one, yeah, there it is. Found it. Found it. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure if it's a problem with the input data or if it's a problem with what happens with that data. Oh yeah, that's just state tree things. Hello? Okay. So just let that run a little bit. Okay, these guys are all moving around. Moving and grooving. Moving and grooving. Let's just like randomly check one. Yeah, you're not really hitting anything. Are we just not getting a hit there, or is it incorrect? I think we're just not using it there. And then we get one there. Yeah, okay, so everything looks right so far. So let's clear that out, get a fresh slate. Let it run for a little bit. Let's turn off. I guess those are fine. Of course, now that I'm like logging the issue, it doesn't want to happen. You know how so it goes. Check out Sea of Thieves. I'm aware of Sea of Thieves. Play game written with full automated tests, very low bug count, very good design, complexity kept to a minimum. Yeah, Sea of Thieves is not procedurally generated. So procedural generation is a different beast entirely. Like it could be anything, right? I could write some soak tests and stuff. But I'm not saying that I shouldn't write automated tests. That is a very they're also an entire studio, right? I am not debating the merit of writing a oh, you know what? Wait, hang on. Oh my god, I think I fucking know what it is. If result is false. If result is false. Oh my god, it's this. It's this. It's not that code at all. It's this code right here.
Hello.
Hello. Sylar.
John Cena!
It's John Cena. Gotcha, that's loud.
Why are you running?
Why are you running?
Why are you running?
There you go, Tear.
How long?
Tear? Put it reverse. Oh, Lord.
Boom. Hello. Welcome.
Lord.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing? Hang on, I gotta get my dog. Moxie, come here. Mister, you wanna come here? Yeah, hi, Mox. Here's my doggo. Here's one of them. Hi, sweetie. Say hello. Say hello to the Raiders. Hello. Hello. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to use you. Sylar, how was your stream? How was your stream? How are you? I was poking around in Sylar's stream, trying to get my shit together before my stream. I just figured out the source of my issues, I think. And you know, it always seemed to happen around the assets, and I was like, it shouldn't have anything to do with that. But then I forgot I changed this. You see, I was doing an else here. I did just figure out the fucking issue, I think. But welcome, everyone. Welcome. Boom, good to see you. Temptic, hello. Hello, say it back. Sucello's music, hello. But yeah, we're working on some procedural terrain ECS system stuff. Kind of the integration of those two systems together is what I'm working on today. So we get all these entities spawned in the world. I'm gonna have thousands and thousands and thousands running, hopefully at all times. as a part of the Colony Sim side of my game. RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain is what we're going for. Let me stop that for a second. So here's the world. Procedurally generated world. Every pixel on here is a terrain chunk. It's 128 by 128 terrain chunks, which is about 1.5 kilometers. And each one of these different colors is a different biome or a different zone. We don't have very many at the moment, but there's going to be different kind of procedural terrain shapes and noises and stuff. And yeah, we want the entities to be running at all times, and we don't want them to be doing things like this, right? We don't want them to be doing things like that, which let me click on that. That is entity 68. And so we're doing some vlogging here to kind of iron out some of these issues, to find out what the issues are, figure out what their scenarios are. See what your issue is. We are getting the proper impact normal there. Yeah, so those who don't know, Sylar is working on some Unreal Engine stuff. He's doing a tower defense game, which I love tower defense games. I spent many an hour in Warcraft 3 custom games playing tower defense games. I love a good TD. So that's fun to see. Yeah, was there anything specific you wanna talk about as to what you did on your stream, or anything you want to shout out or anything? Oh, I think I'm getting the perpendicular slide direction is not consistent, it seems. Never used this, the vlogger, super useful. Kind of imperative for testing the entity system. Otherwise I can't tell where they are, because like a lot of them just aren't even rendered, right? A lot of them just aren't even rendered. This guy's not even rendered, so. Yeah, why are you, where are you even trying to go? What's your state that you're in right now? You are in a wander move to. Oh, it's under the ground. Another scenario. This is why. The move to target is under the ground. Now, it looks like you should be... You should be getting there. The Z leniency is working. The velocity is just going straight down, which is maybe why... Yeah, this is solidifying the idea that I had of only doing velocity in 2D. Only doing velocity in 2D. It's kind of solidifying that decision that I should do it, because it looks like so the input velocity to the velocity processor is 3D, so that's the purple, blue, red are all the same, just different, logged from different places. But it looks like the orange, which is which direction we should slide in, is wrong, because it's like pointing mostly straight fucking down. Yeah, if I was right there and I'm going that way, I should be sliding that way. That makes sense. But we slid there. Now this is interesting. Why did that one happen? Oh, come on. That's like right fucking there. Come on. Yeah, we're just like he's just missing the fucking... You're just missing, dude. Did you even move at all? It's so laggy when I have the vlogger running for all these like 1,000+ entities that I have. Yeah, I think I should just do 2D. What on... Oh, I clicked somewhere random. Go back to entity 68. But this is more issues with the wander target being off the nav mesh, even though I've projected it to the nav mesh. I project it to the net. Do I ever output that though, or do I just check it actually? Entity find path. Entity find... Well, no, I guess it's in my generic utils is where it's at. Did some UI work, but that's very exciting. Got my electric tower into UE from Substance Painter. Nice to see the final assets. Yeah, I'm jealous that you actually have your own assets. I'm jealous, because I don't have any of my own. These are all just placeholder thingos. Unfortunate. Projected start location. So are we actually using that? Pathfinding result. Nav query. We're not. Okay, well, there's my fucking issue with that. So that should fix that. That should fix that. Or that's the wrong one. Projected start location. Yeah, get that guy in there. Get that guy in there. And then projected end location. The end one should already be there, which... I guess the end one is the problem. Right? Does it does the pathfinding inherently do that? Let me look here. Find path sync. Let's read the source code. What do you do with the start location? Query find path. Oh god, I forgot. They do this like stupid implementy thing. Find path implementation is this guy. Okay, so we call this with the query path instance to fill, blah blah blah, create path instance. Where does it actually do the where does it actually do the query at? Find path, this is probably it. Start location. Wait, did you no, you didn't do anything. You do an adjusted end location, but that's based on the nav filter, it seems. Okay. So the only kind of projection you've done so far is based off the nav filter, which I don't use, so we don't have to worry about that. Start location. That's a knit pathfinding and then start. Oh, now we're into camel case stuff. That's kind of no man's land. Unreal to recast point. Yeah, so find nearest poly. So I mean, there's somewhat of a projection happening, where it's just finding the nearest poly on the input point. I only have 6 of my own that are so. I only have 6 that are my own so far. Yeah, that's more than me. So, congrats. Need to head off, see you around. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome in, raiders. Getting carried away reading source code. But I guess the end poly ID, like, why am I getting such a bad end point then? Should I just override the last point? Because the start point, I guess that doesn't really matter, right? I mean, I guess if I've already projected it, there's no harm in doing it. That could result in some weird things, I feel, but I don't think that there's any harm. Let me see here. Who is that? I don't know how to say that name. Kylix, I'll say. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. God for all, did you solve the tangent normal problem yet? I know, I found the issue. And it was pretty fucking stupid, honestly. It wasn't even, it had nothing to do with the code I was looking at. I forgot that I built my own line trace system, so I do that. Here's where that line trace was happening that I thought was the issue. This actually wasn't the issue. I recently changed this. It used to be this. And in my head, that's what I still thought was happening. But then I realized it was this. And so whenever this doesn't hit anything, we do a normal line trace, like a built-in Unreal Engine line trace. And I fucking didn't realize that when this issue was happening, it was happening around assets, which I should have realized that if it's getting hits on assets, it's because it's using the built-in line trace. But that's weird because those shouldn't have terrain collision trace channels. But that is the scenario. I have not fixed it yet. We're looking at a different issue at the moment. So I know the issue, have not fixed the issue. Where the hell was I? Trace utils. Yeah, or not trace utils. We were in the find path for entity. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if I should override the final location to the nav mesh location. Path points last location. Yeah, why not? And I can log both to see the difference, right? So let's take pathfinding result dot, I guess, get point. Wait, is there a wait, what is path points? Yeah, I guess I have to path get point. Get points. Is that const? I can use a ref. Okay, get path points dot last. We'll put that there. Yeah, we would need it to be there. Equals. Can I do this? Can I do this? Projected start location. That is not. I should probably. Let's grab a new one. Or it's an F nav location. Projected end location. Points last. Yeah, log that. So F path point. What's the constructor for this? In locate. Yeah, let's just do. We can just do in location. We don't need any of that other stuff. Okay. I hope that properly. It looks like it's returning a ref, so I think that properly should override it. It seems like it should work set endpoint to projected nav mesh. Yeah, I don't know what kind of side effects it's going to have, so I think what I'm going to do is log both of them to see the difference, to see how much of a difference it is. And that way, if any issues come up, I can see that difference. Let's do this. If end projection success, else we'll grab this, put that in there. Grab this, put that in there. Okay. And so then let's do retrieve last point. Path points. Oh yeah, I guess I just have that. Make sure that's a ref. I can just put that there instead. Okay, prev last point, and then the like overridden last point. F vector overridden past point. And then yeah, I guess I'm logging this. I guess I'm gonna log this every time. Vlog entity location entity overridden past points radius. What radius am I doing here? On radius. I kind of want to make these different radii so I can better see the difference. So I know it's like 30. So let's go like 20. Sure, make that green. Make that green. That's too long to fit in one line. Okay. I'll say overridden pass point here. Breathe pass point here. And this will be like, I don't know, green. Well, I'm running out of colors. I'm already using cyan. Am I using yellow? Emerald? Would I be able to tell it? Magenta. How about that? That's good. Overridden and well, we'll do prev pass point as magenta. Actually, make sure that that's in the right order. So we'll do 20 and then 25 to make sure those are slightly different from my other locations. Okay, rebuild. You know nothing about game development, only took a Unity class in high school. Dude, that's awesome your school had a Unity class in high school, dude. I would have fucking killed for that. I had to teach my fucking self. But I got a bunch of ideas for games I'd like to make. Honestly, just don't know where to start. I'm thinking about learning Godot since I already seen how UE5 performs and I don't really like it. When you say you've seen how UE5 performs, what perspective are you taking there? Are you just seeing what's out on the market, and you know, taking the Reddit HiveMind take of UE5 as bad performance, because I've seen some games built in UE5 that have bad performance. Is that if that's the perspective, I would encourage you to try it out for yourself. But if you have tried it out for yourself and you don't like it, totally understand. Totally understand that. But yeah, oftentimes I think it's I don't think it's necessarily the engine's fault. It's developers trying to use some of the newer features when they don't know how they work, or it's management of some of these dev studios not giving the developers time to actually optimize it. So I think there's a combination of other issues. But yeah, Godot does seem pretty popular, especially on the Twitch software and game dev section. If you're gonna make a 2D game, I think Godot sounds like it might be the way to go. I've not used it though, so take that with a grain of salt. But for 3D, I'm not sure if Godot's there yet. Pardon my ignorance. Why would you need a custom line trace? I mean, I understand you can add more stuff that you might need to it, but since you're using pathfinding for crowds, I was wondering if just found the default non-optimal. If you just found the default not optimal somehow. Yeah, so it's because I want my world to be online at all times, and because of my procedural terrain, and because of my ECS system. So because I want it to be online at all times, I need to render my entities as a part of a, or not render, but run them as a part of an ECS system entirely on background threads. Oh my god, this guy's moonwalking. I implemented moonwalking on accident. But as a part of running them efficiently, I can't have collision on them at all times. Because then every time you move them, you know, they need to do that collision. And that runs on the game thread, and it would not be able to run performantly. So I have to do some just kind of math in the background to do like line traces against like a cylinder, you know, array against a cylinder to get entity hits. But for the terrain, you know, I'm only rendering this much. I do have stuff out here. There's no mesh there, actually. There's not a mesh. There's no collision here. There is collision on these ones, because they're actually generated. All I have is the vertex and triangle data of these terrain chunks. And so, to efficiently line trace through them, I store that data in a spatial data structure, like a bounding volume hierarchy, essentially. And that's that line trace system. So I actually have like 3 different ones, like the built-in one, the entity tracing, and then the terrain chunk tracing. Rugia, hello. Welcome. Stargate 1, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. But like I said, I want the whole world to be online and running, and with procedural terrain, I can't have it all as meshes the entire time. It takes up too much memory. The built-in Unreal Engine collision system, it just takes up too much memory to generate the meshes. The dynamic chunk components, or the dynamic mesh components, they take up a lot of memory, so to save on memory, I don't mesh them. And that means I have to write my own collision traces. And that's how I figure out where to place all these things. Like, PCG runs entirely without collision. It actually just uses the line traces that I've built, and it does that spatial data structure, bounding volume hierarchy type trace. To do just line traces down. I wrote my own like surface sampler node, basically. So that's how it knows where to place all these things, even though the mesh isn't actually there. And again, the mesh isn't just set to not visible, which you can do. It is literally, there is no mesh here. And the same goes for the navigation. I pass that vertex and triangle data to the navigation to build. So the navigation knows where to go as well without actually having the mesh there. So that is why I have to build my own line traces. So it's effectively a way to save on memory. Yeah, in the end. Making a game? I am. Could you query the terrain verts around the player radius for the player on terrain snapping, skip the need for any trace for that? I mean, that is what the trace does, right? That is the, that's how the bounding volume hierarchy works, right? Because how do you know which verts are near you, right? How do you know that? you would have to iterate over, because the way I was doing it before, I did the bounding volume hierarchy, spatial data structure. The way I was doing it before was just iterating through every single triangle. And even though this is a lower res terrain than I intend to go with, that was not performant enough. And I'm trying to show you all the verts. And so they'll start to become clear here in a second. It's probably kind of hard to see on stream. Let me turn that off. Let's get a little closer. Yeah, it's probably kind of hard to see, but here's all the verts. Like, you'd have to query through every single one of them, and it's not very performant. The bounding volume hierarchy stores them according to their location. And so it effectively just splits the world up into a little tiny grid, little boxes, and then it puts each triangle or each vert into a box. And then with a given line trace or a given location or a given anything, you can determine, hey, what is the smallest amount of triangles that I need to check to see what I'm near or what I'm intersecting. So that is effectively what the line trace system is doing. That's way more insane than I thought. Yeah, I'm doing it on hard mode essentially. Like I could be a lot farther if I didn't want my world to be online at all times. I could be a lot farther. But for the player, I don't even need to, because like the terrain does have collision on it when it's actually generated. So for the player has full collision on him. And all players will. So I don't necessarily need to do the terrain trace unless the only reason I do that is to get the vertex data. So that'll be this data right here. And so right now, all I'm using that for is footstep sounds. So I have a different sound playing for each type of material. Like if you walk on stone versus dirt versus grass, plays a different sound. But eventually I'll use it for some other gameplay purposes. Like, you know, maybe you walk faster on grass than you do, or maybe you walk faster on stone than grass or something like that. Or I want to put pathways in the world and like make you run a little bit faster on the pathways, you know. Jacques LaRue, welcome back. Welcome in. Is this some type of spatial partitioning? Well, we're looking at entirely procedural world. So yeah, it is effectively spatial partitioning. But these are all like randomly generated terrain chunks. Yeah. Okay, but if the trace only says what is in this location, then why not use the character origin location for that query to compare the verts at? That's what happens. Yep, that's exactly what happens. That's the start location of the ray trace. Is the player location. I just trace straight down from the player location. Because I also need to know like which triangle I'm in. To get like I can actually debug draw the line trace. And each vertex has like a value, right? And so then I can like interpolate each value based on where he is in the triangle. I know, but without the need for the trace. I think you're thinking that a trace is a lot more heavy-handed than it is. It is essentially doing what you're saying. Like it is doing the same concept of what you're saying. But I guess you're thinking like, why do you need a start location and an end location? One is because when I jump, you know, I don't want him to still continue to have footstep sounds or still continue to act as if he's on the ground, right? For the player specifically. But yeah, Worm Juice, it's very, very efficient. So it is, you know, using the player location to find the nearest triangle is essentially what is happening as a part of that line trace. Way beyond my current brain capacities. Hey, I did not write the bounding volume hierarchy. I prompted one and then I found a built-in one that builds it for me. So I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. Yeah, let's continue to test here. I'm gonna let this run for a little bit. Okay, this guy That's cheating. Yeah, gotta, you know, like the Notch meme. You know, if you can't make your own game engine, you're not a real programmer. Oh God. Which one is that? Entity 6. Entity 6. Why are you moonwalking? Still a lot to understand though. Yeah, I mean, it took me, this was all very iterative. Like I wasn't just like, here's exactly what I need to do, you know? Like I said, the first thing I did was iterate over all the triangles, you know, and I was like, it works for now. I'll come back to it later. And then I did. I was like, how can I make this better? It's like, I know it's spatial, so there is some, it's not just random data, right? So there is some method to the madness. And so I can probably store it something that way. And then I found out about, that's effectively how collision systems work, is storing it that way. And I learned that that's called, in most cases, a bounding volume hierarchy. There's some other algorithms as well. So I did some research and stuff. So you're not an alien then? No. No, I am not. I'm just a little weird, I suppose. Now, your direction that you're facing is correct, actually. Oh, here we go. Now we get to the, here's the green is like the direction he's facing. I'll be right back. One sec. Well, people watching Twitch streams like they're refined scripted YouTube tutorials. Is that what's happening? Yeah, I actually kind of like the raw, you know, unedited kind of like the, how do you say it? Authentic, you know? Kind of like the authentic vibes. Feels like it. Why is it, I'm curious, why is that the vibe? Why is that the vibe? And also, why are you not rotating to towards where you need to go? Where do you need to go? Is done with rotate. Viewer, why doesn't your thing work as well as X? Streamer, well, because I'm still working on it. Yeah. Yeah, I get what you mean now. Yeah. Yeah, why don't you fully automate test your game like Sea of Thieves? Well, because I guarantee you, they were not doing automated testing during development of that game. That was an at the end thing once all the systems were in place and did not change very much. I don't think anyone writes integration tests, even in like web development. Like I know I don't. My team doesn't. We don't write integration tests till we're like gonna release, right? Sometimes not even, we only do it after, after we release, you know? Because it's just, there's too many changes happening. It's not worth the, especially like the less unit testing you go and the more automated testing you go, integration tests, whatever you want to call them, like the more ways that test can break and you'll have to fix it. Like we have push leader rotation, which is where we, you know, push to production. And you know, those fucking integration tests fail all the goddamn time. And that week sucks. That week sucks. Contrary to popular belief, I am not 20 people. This is, you know, I will deny the allegations of being 20 people. Yeah, I always find the questions where it's like, yeah, where's your Steam page? What's the game called? You know, when are you releasing? And I guess that means it's starting to look more like a game that is playable, which is good, I think. But yeah, I am still so far away from that. I am so far away from that. Yeah, where's my rotation happening? I guess it's just apply move to velocity. Somewhere in here, right? Oh, here's rotation. Get new rotation. It's the illusion created by Unreal Engine that your game is closer to finished than it really is. Is that created by Unreal Engine? I don't know. I look at my game and I see dog shit, you know? Like I see all the jank and the animations that suck. The ghosting of the fucking entities, the falling through the ground. I'm like, yeah, this is so far away from being done. I'll go. Any little thing wrong, essentially, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think all people do that to a certain extent. When you, and I mean, it's natural, right? You do something, you know what went into it, you know where all the flaws are, you see those flaws. Other people don't. And that, you got to keep reminding yourself. You know, I fucking see adders, you know, Mortal Shell 2 trailer, and I'm like, oh my god. I'm like nutting in my pants and also hating myself. Because, like, I'll never be able to do something like that. But I have to remind myself, you know, people still play vanilla WoW, and that game looks old. And it's still fun because it's a fun game. And so you don't need it to look crazy. You can make a janky game and people will enjoy it. We're all our own worst critics, exactly, yeah. Unless you're Starfield or Concord dev. Concord is just... Those poor developers working on that project, you know none of them, like... were behind. Like, that was entirely production's fault, the production side of game dev. And, you know, Adder worked on Redfall, which is another game that was a massive failure. And it was all just mismanaged. It was all mismanaged. Gameplay king for me? Yeah, yeah. You know, a fresh coat of paint is your biggest return on investment. For a house, same for a game. But, you know, it doesn't actually matter, right? You want the foundation of the house to be good, right? You want the house to have a good square footage, you know, have as many rooms as you need. Why are you not rotating the right direction, huh? This is a new one, so I don't know if this is because of a recent... You should be logging if you're rotating, right? What language is this? C++. I look at a game like Marvel Rivals and most people see a finished game while I see a game that still needs to use a lot of base UE features. Is Marvel Rivals in UE or is it different? You're just comparing it to UE. That sucks for them, yeah. And so that's why I kind of hate the, you know, the Reddit, the default Reddit take of like, you know, UE5 bad. Like, no, it's probably just mismanaged, I think, in most cases. There's definitely some cases where developers are using things like Lumen and Nanite without actually knowing why they're used. I'm one of those people, by the way. I don't really fully understand Nanite or Lumen, but I do intend to before I release the game. And I think a lot of my assets are not optimized for Nanite despite using it. And yeah, I just, they're blaming the developers when they should be blaming management. And I know when people say developers, they sometimes just mean the entity that created the game. But developers to me is always the people who directly make the game. It's not the designers, it's not the management behind the game, the production side of the game. It's the people actually working on it, building the game. And in that context, specifically the programmers, I would say, when it comes to performance. But I guess if you're using Lumina Nanite, that also comes down to the asset artists and stuff too. Anyways, why am I not rotating the right direction? My velocity is in the right direction. I should be rotating towards the velocity. Let's see, does the rotation change at all? No, it's just not changing at all. And it seems to be just when he's going uphill, unless I'm like... Okay, get done idling. Okay, hang on, he just rotated. Okay, he was idling, but he still rotated. Oh, he wandered, moved to the location he was already at. Okay. The randomly generated wander location happened to be just on top of himself, so. Sick move, bro. Sick move. Okay, we're gonna see this guy moonwalk again here. And going down the hill, he seemed to rotate fine. But going up the hill, and I'm wondering... Wait, hang on, he did it again. Are you stuck? Hang on, are you stuck? No, why? Okay, did I fuck up the... Did I fuck this up? Projected end location. Oh my god. I'm using the start location. How did they wander at all? Bro, who wrote this code? Jesus fucking Christ. Who wrote this goddamn code? How was he moving at all, actually? How on earth was he fucking moving? Yeah, it was always start. Yeah, no fucking wonder. Like Source Engine 1 and 2 games better than Unreal. I like Source Engine games better than Unreal. Which one is that? What's that? Source Engine. Oh, it's the Valve one. Right. Is that open source? Like, can you, not open source, but is that commercial? Or is it only for Valve? I forget. The thing with Lumina Nanite is that it goes against what most people thought it was good, what was good practice for decades. Yeah, that's... Welcome in, by the way, Marcus. But yeah, that's I think that's why we're seeing a lot of it happening, right? Because they think they can, like, oh, I can just not follow the best practices, but then they don't understand Lumina Nanite. And they do the bad practice, and Nanite is not actually saving them from that, right? And I somewhat blame Epic for, like, over-marketing it, too. Like, Epic does do a lot of marketing for Nanite as if it's going to solve all your problems, right? And there's not, I haven't found like a great holistic all-encompassing tutorial by Epic of how to use Nanite, what you should and shouldn't do. There's probably one out there, I just haven't seen it, so it's not very accessible. I think Source Engine is superior in many ways. I'm gonna say that community documentation is gonna be one way that Unreal Engine is superior. More people use Unreal Engine, so there is more knowledge out there. You can get more help. The thread interaction video. I have heard that thread interaction is a kind of a bad actor. I've seen that. Seen comparison videos where Nanite performs better on assets that are not optimized, but assets that are optimal still perform better. Yeah, is that the general? Is that generally how it goes, or is that an outlier case? There's a source SDK, but the engine itself is an open source. Yeah, I mean that probably makes it quite hard to work with. So I imagine it's a lot easier to work in Unreal Engine. Like Unreal Engine's a commercial engine. Same with Unity. Same with Godot. Like when it's like a closed engine that's like not made for the public. It's just not going to be... It's not going to have as many features. It's not going to have as much documentation. It's going to be harder to work in other words. There has to be community docs because Epic docs are, yeah. I remember trying to get into Unreal Engine like 7-8 years ago with UE4, and yeah, there was even less documentation. I found it a lot more successful now. Okay, but let's clear all that out because now we can probably actually get the right locations for this guy. Now he's rotating and moving. That looked a lot better. He's running over there, isn't he? Okay. Yeah, that maybe just was an issue. Oh, he's hang on, pause. Who's that? Who was that? 15. Entity 15. Look at that fucking wander target. What the hell? At least he hit it. Like, at least he actually got there. Oh no, he didn't. He fucking... Look at that. Oh my god. How is that? And I should be logging the... I guess it was back when he originally... Oh, I only log it when he originally pathfinds. Oh, so there's only one frame where I can see the projected value. But I'm guessing doing the star location. How was that even working before? I wonder. Yeah, why is the rotation bad? I have not seen that recently at all. Source Engine is a very small devoted community, but I mean, that Source Engine is technically better in many ways. Physics and character animation. Unreal games usually have mocap animations and they look weird. And mocap animations, they look weird. Source Engine, on the other hand, does not use facial motion. I mean, that's not engine specific though. I mean, that's a stylistic choice. Like, you don't have to use mocap and facial motion capture in Unreal Engine. There's nothing that's specific to Source there. When I was starting from 0, I initially looked at UE, but ended up switching to Godot for about a year before feeling confident enough to touch UE. Yeah, there's a lot to learn. There's a lot to learn. Nanite doesn't perform well with transparency. Yeah, that is one thing I understand about Nanite, and none of my assets do that. Vegetation, for example, should be modeled, even the leaves. Yeah, and I don't. None of mine are like that, so I'm getting a lot of overdraw, right? Because that's what happens, right? You have if you have things with transparency, you get the overdraw, which is bad. Is that right, Marcus? You seem to know what you're talking about. Also, you shouldn't make large planes with low poly just to save triangles because Nanite needs chunking to help with occlusion. So more triangles is actually better because it can compute occlusion better. Interesting. Facial animation in the Source Engine are generated on the fly based on Phenom's data. Facial animation built in the Source Engine and generated on the fly. Cool. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's probably just way quicker to do mocap in Unreal Engine. It's probably why a lot of people do it. I'm wondering if the move to processor is just having a rough time because it's not running very much. Yeah, that rotation is not hitting at all, is it? And I'm pretty sure I should be... Where was I rotating again? Here. Don't I log somewhere. I log rotation somewhere. Degrees left to rotate. Is done with rotate. Degrees left to rotate. Huh. Yeah, he's not doing any rotation. He's not doing any rotation. Isn't nanite foliage new or even out yet? Is it out? I thought that wasn't out. I thought CD Projekt Red was still working on that. That was really smart. I use Unreal for a few years. Verse is garbage. VS is garbage. I'm only using VS is Visual Scripting or Visual Studio. I'm only using CPP now. Learned a lot of logic. I only did because I saw. Yeah, you should use Writer if you're not already. Writer's a much better IDE if you're using Visual Studio. Even before it was possible to use nanite in vegetation, it's just that there is a new workflow for vegetation using skeletal trees and voxel representation. So is that on the asset creation side of things or in the underlying nanite like rendering code? I feel like Godot is raw, but it makes you go through steps you usually skip on Unreal. Yeah, same with Unity. Like you build a lot of the systems yourself in those engines, right? So you kind of have like a good understanding of how the system works because you built it. Whereas like you come into Unreal Engine, it's got a lot of pre-built systems that you have to learn first before you can do it. So it can be kind of a lot at first, for sure. Simpler to deal with, but because you're dealing with the scripting language, it's very easy to make a lot of mistakes and learn faster from there. You don't have to. Oh, should I broke last year in Godot? Yeah. VS for Visual Studio. Yeah, you should use Writer. You should use Writer. It's much better. It is specifically built for Unreal Engine. Yeah, okay, so why am I not fucking rotating? I've been dancing around this issue. B facing target. I wonder if... Did this just not get reset, I wonder? Yeah, I wonder if that just never got reset or something. Like it got set to true, so we never rotated. So here's where we hit the acceptance radius, right there, that frame. Within acceptance radius, we hit degrees left to rotate, 318. So we're not even rotated properly. Is Writer free? Yep, for non-commercial use, it's free now. Yeah, I found the light. I'm into Writer. Yeah, it is. It really is the light when you start using it. Okay, and then my rotation flipped. Once I got the new move to. God, look at that fucking start location. What? The focal... Wait, what? Why is the focal location over there? Okay, well, I found the issue. Okay. Move to data focal location. Hang on, let's take a look at the state tree. What do I have that set to? The move to location, which is the target location. But I have rotate along path set to true. Get new rotation focal data. Where is the move to task? If rotate along path and we're not on the last segment, it is set to move to data target location, which is for the most part the next path point. Otherwise, it's my current location, the entity current location. And then we just set it equal to, yeah, whatever the, if it's a valid index, we set it equal there. This path segment is suspicious, because this says index 1. But I found out why, now that I see that, now I know why we're facing the wrong way. Okay, so does this have to do with my projection in the pathfind? So this is when he path found. He had a path. Where did I do the pathfinding? Move to next point on path with 3 points. How is there 3 points on this path? Moving on path index 2 out of 2. Done with current. Oh, there must have been a really small line segment or something. There must have been a really small line segment. In the move to task. Done with current move. Path is the same increment path index. Moving on path 2 out of 2. Last path index. Huh, wait, what? Wait, what? How does this make sense? I guess we returned and we hit it again or something. But then why would this all have happened in one frame? Path points.num. This is where we're drawing the path at the very end. So at this point we only have I feel like I'm editing the path maybe is causing some issues. I feel like that's... maybe that's the issue? I don't know. I just VS Code had no problems with it, but I might check it out. Everyone says Rider's the best. Yeah, you don't realize how much better it is till you use it. And you're like, yeah, I should have been doing this a long time ago. Both the tree can be created by reusing smaller assets for branches and leaves, which decreases file size and increases variety. But on the engine side, there is an option that uses voxel representation for long distance meshes. It can be used for more than just trees. Where's that at? Is that on the static mesh asset itself? Let me just search for voxel. Voxel. Yeah, where is that option? Or is it in like project settings or something? Perform voxel filtering? Is that what it is? Oh, that's on the nav mesh. I'm dumb. Distance field voxel density. Let me check, can't remember. Yeah, I thought it wasn't out yet. I thought it was going to come out next release. So I would love to know where that's at. Anyways, this stupid fucking pathfinding issue. Maybe, am I? Oh, this might be, this is the new one. Oh, I think I'm looking at it. Oh god, I think, okay, I gotta reset. I gotta fucking, we gotta reset. Let me ground myself back into what I'm fucking doing here. I've got a couple open problems. One of them is the end location on pathfinding. I was being really bad and not projecting it properly. So now I am. And then I am overriding the last point that has been path found with the projected end location. Wait, this should be path points.last, not end. So even that's wrong. So even that's wrong. Hopefully that fixes our issue with the pathfinding point, like the wander target being off the nav mesh too much. That's one issue. The other issue is with my trace utils, we get hits on assets now, not just on terrain. I think it's not on the 5.6 branch. Gotta compile from the source of the main 5.7 branch. Yeah, okay, that is what I thought. That is what I thought. I'm just gonna wait because I don't want to compile from source yet. I'm trying to kick that can down the road as much as possible, although I'm sure, I am absolutely 100% sure I'll get there eventually. So I guess what I'm trying to find now I should not be getting a hit on the terrain channel for certain assets. I know I have seen it on like a fucking rock and shit. Oh, you know why? You know why? I guess it's because these are subset components on something that is collision channeled. That's why. That's why. How do I not return those? Because I don't want those. Should I manually check the component here? Is it pro? Do I need to get collision response to channel? What does a... Yeah, no, okay, so we're tracing by channel, right? And I need to actually do a trace by profile here. So that's actually the real problem. That's actually the real problem. Yeah, so I just need to redo the trace. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Lion King Extra, hello and welcome in. Welcome to the stream. Let them straighten out the kinks before migrating. Yeah, 100%, 100%. I just encounter a lot of like internal engine errors that could be like easily fixed by like one-line changes in the source code, but are like an absolute pain to try and fix from outside of the source code. So I'm sure I'll get there anyway. A lot of ranged for loop assertions that are just super annoying to deal with in development. And I was getting some like detour nav mesh issue where the polygon that it found was like null pointer. I'm like, dude, you just need to add a null pointer check in there, and then we'll be fine, you know. So I'll get there eventually. I read a PDF on Pixar's Ray's rendering system they invented in the 80s and 90s. The algorithm is very similar to what NI uses today. Cool. Especially voxel tree rendering looks very similar to what Pixar used in the 90s. Interesting. That was the Steve Jobs era? No? Was it Pixar? Didn't he work at didn't he create Pixar or something? Or am I thinking of a different one? Yeah, he worked at Pixar. He was the CEO of Pixar for a while, right? After he got kicked out. One of the founding fathers of Pixar Animation Studios. In 1986, he acquired the computer graphics division of Lucasfilms. And he remained CEO and shareholder until he got acquired by Walt Disney in 2006. So for 20 years. So yeah, that would have been while Jobs was there. Interesting history. Interesting history. So yeah, we just need to rebuild the line trace, but I guess what I'm looking for is just other things at the moment. So let's just keep running this for a little bit, I suppose. We'll just try to keep our eyes out for issues, which it's not running at all because of how fucking laggy it is. So I guess we're just trying to check out. Yeah, so here, this is exactly the case that happened. See, it actually hit the tree. And so the impact normal is that way. Okay. Okay, I think we let's just fix that. So let me go back into the spatial mesh. None of this actually needed to change. This was all fine. So all of that was working fine. I should probably split up my trace utils anyway. Well, that was easier to fix than you thought. I know, right? I was thinking way too big-brained. Why do I have this tab? And I already wanted to write a new one anyway, and I should probably stop shoehorning this all into the same file. So we should make a entity trace. Actually, hang on. Before I do that, let's reset. I do want that impact normal. That's useful. So this commit is going to be mostly that's going to be just mostly fix pathfinding endpoint projection, add entity names, use entity IDs as names for debugging. Okay, so now we clean this up. So now we're going to refactor the trace utils, I suppose. So let's add a new class. We're going to need one for entity trace utils. Yeah, it's just going to be a U object. And then we're going to do one for terrain trace utils. And then the trace utils is going to be what combines the two. We can close some of these now. Okay. Trace utils, entity trace utils, terrain trace utils. Okay. Entity traces. So yeah, we're just gonna take all this out. This is going to be U entity trace utils. Yeah, it doesn't exist yet, so just hang tight. Trace utils U terrain, or no, U entity trace utils. Replace all, and we'll start importing. Actually, import in the header file first, because there's probably going to be some. Yeah, import that. I guess that's all we needed to import. Okay, never mind. Include gizmo math. Ability system component, of course. My math utils. And generic utils. Okay, so now trace utils. We just gotta like update a few of you. U entity. Trace utils. Member is inaccessible. Okay, we'll fix that here in a second. It does make sense. Okay. Okay, now we're nice and happy. Camera traces, interactable trace. Yeah, I suppose that's all. Yeah, those all belong still in trace utils. Okay, but then the terrain trace utils. So let's open up the procedural terrain subsystem. Let's decouple those. Procedural terrain subsystem. Yes, so this line trace. You are pretty much going to entirely terrain controller. Yeah, so I guess I just need a... We just need a world context object. I'm disabling nanite for my trees and changing LOD values. It takes almost too much time because trees almost have 1 to 2 million vertices. What takes too much time? What do you build? I build video game. I build video game. Welcome. Willkommen. Willkommen, mein Freund. Let's do some refactoring. Changing LOD value. You mean like at runtime? It takes too much time? So does that mean you should keep using nanite? I'm probably not understanding what you're trying to tell me. Okay, so game state, to get the game control, the terrain controller, I do need to auto game state, get world, get game state, a base game state, no, a my game state, yes. What game engine? Unreal Engine. While changing in editor, as in like setting up the LODs. And that's why you're not using nanite? You're not using nanite because setting up the LODs takes too much time? Is that what you're... I'm confused. I'm confused as to why you... That seems like a reason to use nanite. Like, because from what I understand, you should not be using LODs with nanite, right? Okay. Where is it broken? Yes, here. So this then becomes U terrain trace utils. There we go. Okay. Which needs to be static now. Category. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, I guess we'll do world context object for the owner here. Is that allowed? Let's make a U world. Okay. So set that up. Make sure it's set up here. Category trace utils. Okay. Okay, so I think we've split that out. Setting up nanite should take less time than rebasing LOD and configuring and building LODs. Yeah, that's why I was confused, because that was my understanding. I do not know what I'm talking about, though. Okay, so now what we're going to do is I wanted a... So for this one, I need a line trace single by profile, right? Because by profile is... give me the hit that is this object. And then by channel is like response to channel. Right? Using a specific channel and return overlapping hits. Trace array against the world using what does using a profile mean? Why do I not understand this? Using object type. Is it object type? Like, I want to return the thing that is a terrain, not the things that respond to that collision channel. Is that profile or object type? I don't know why I get those mixed up so much. Let me look at this real quick. Object type. God, I really wish they had a line limit in the engine. It goes into this thing, right? Because then you can put all objects, all static, all dynamic. Object types to query. E-object type query. Oh boy. But what one of these is my terrain one, right? I think object types is what I want. And it looks like you can pass in a query channel. I do this somewhere, right? Or I did at one point. No. No, I did. No, I don't. Yeah, this is more so what I want. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Okay, back to the velocity processor. Not whatever the hell I just accidentally opened. So instead of line trace multi by channel, we're gonna do this. And we will make it. Hello. Welcome in, Boss Ferratu. I like that name, Boss Ferratu. It's funny. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Static bool line trace single by object type types. My hit results start in object types if we want entities. I guess this doesn't really make sense for entities, right? Unless I could create an entity object type, I suppose. So yeah, I don't think that makes sense here. I don't think that makes sense here. Hello, please. Ryder, what are you doing? Come on. Let's stand for a little bit. Bro, Ryder straight up frozen. We're gonna need to stop that anyway. Ryder's using 27 gigs, 28 gigs, 20. Oh, it is. I gotta end that. I don't know. It was just continually. It was grabbing like a new gig of memory every second. I feel like Ryder's become slower over the last few years. Has it? I only started using it, I guess, a couple years, like 2 years ago. But it's still miles better than Visual Studio. Maybe it's always been slow. I mean, I don't know, maybe it just gets to that point because like I know when I first start using it in the day it's a lot better, and then it just like, you know, it just the cache builds up. Oh, and it did not save my new function that I had added. Okay, I'm gonna let Ryder boot up for a second. I'll be right back. Okay. I use you now. Thank you. Yay. Line trace. Object types. Bro, what happened to that really nice autocomplete you hit me with? Come on, Copilot. Bruh. Okay. Wait, what? How do they word it in Hunter's Multi for objects? That's how they word it. Okay. Yeah, I don't think trace entities. If I do want that to be the case, I will add it as an object type. If I ever do need that. Ignored actors. I suppose we can bake that in. I don't really need that, but why not, right? Okay. What's the red at here? Oh, right, I was using that. Okay. Is this a plugin for a game you're working on? No, this is the... I don't do plugins. This is just the actual game. I just have several collision systems that I need to combine. Yeah, I guess let's just copy this whole thing because it's for the most part going to be the same. I guess I could maybe put logging the line trace in here as a function. Let's do that real quick. Void u trace utils log line trace. Oh no, because the other one's a sphere trace. Actually, that's gonna be different. Okay, never mind. Ignore that. Out hit dot reset. And I think I need to do what I did here, which is this part, trace start and end. I need to initialize those. Start and end. We don't have a world count, just return entity result, delete that. We're not going to do that right now. So if object types dot contains what's like the conversion thing? There we go. That. If it contains terrain, we need to do the terrain trace. And so we will do out hit there. And I guess if it's single, Ooh, this is, I'm gonna need to do both and figure out which one's first, right? I mean, if it's only terrain... Yeah, if it's only terrain, I should only do terrain. There is going to be no other. Although, oh, I don't want to, I still want to do the debug at the end. So ignore that. Then we'll do an else for this. We don't want that. Line trace single by object type. Dot add object types to query. Let me look at this real quick. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Line trace single by object type. Out hit start end object types, I presume, or object params. Yeah, we'll use that. Parameters, start end object params, collision query params. I guess object params is what we need to add the ignored actors to, right? No. Okay, so we do that. Params. We were already passing params. Okay. And I don't need to iterate over them, but I do need to do this. Set up the targetable. Out hits turns into out hit. If out hit, impact point and location. We have a hit. And then we return results. Okay, so we have that. Hi, what are you making? Working on a video game? RPG Colony Sim Roguelite is what we're going for with procedural terrain. And I'm trying to fix a few things by creating my own trace utils functions, because I have I store my procedural terrain chunks in a spatial data structure like a bounding volume hierarchy, so they don't rely on the traditional collision system built into Unreal Engine. So I'm trying to update my velocity processor to use the new trace things. Where did I paste that stuff? Wait, I pasted that somewhere. Okay, I'll just copy that. Copy that. Roger. Trace object types. Can I guess it's an array. So yeah, that's a little. Ignored actors, we don't have any, and we're not going to draw debug, at least at first. Ignored actors, I guess, is empty array. Change this all to hit result now. Line trace single for objects, that's updated. Object types now becomes, let's put this out here. No. That belongs there still. Trace object types goes there now. Ignored actors becomes that. Okay. Or trace and trace. Yeah, now we just do hit result. Okay. Hopefully that fixes our issue. Ooh. Line trace single for objects. Yeah, we'll see how well I wrote that. Line trace is not a member of the terrain subsystem. Right, so we want to do U, terrain, trace utils, line trace. The world context object. It's going to be source component. Yeah. Thank you for interrupting me, Ryder. That was wonderful. Okay, let's build again. We will build again. What is this? Oh, I guarantee you I copied something over wrong. What are we talking about here? Oh, I can't use that function, I don't think. Okay, that does not seem like a function that I can use. I just do that. Okay, and so what am I hoping for this to do? Oh, I need to also pass in other types. Oh, I do need, hang on, I do need to actually change this. I do need to do a little bit more here, actually. So I should actually be passing in like world static and dynamic as well. Yeah, okay, because they're gonna hit these what the fuck is gonna happen? They're gonna try and move through an object, and it's gonna hit the object, and they're gonna get all fucked up. Okay, this might actually create more issues. It'll fix the original issue, but there's more to consider. Ah, shit. Make terrain and static mesh tracing logic. Yeah, that's what I was just about to do. But then what's going to happen, I really need the nav mesh to be fixed. Because the reason this is even happening to begin with is because they're moving along the nav mesh, and I suppose I can show this now. Oh god, all these need to change now too. This should be an easy fix though. Get entities within box. Oh. Wait, I can't just like refresh that? Shit. No. Oh god, this is gonna be annoying. Another get entities within box. Okay, that was rude. What was I, wait, hang on. What was I doing for orientation? Oh, just zeros. Okay, yeah, just split that. That is annoying though, I know. This isn't the first time I've done it either, which is the even more annoying part. I keep changing things. I really probably shouldn't be directly calling the entities one, but it's just like, it's just more efficient, right? Like I don't have to do the other trace. I know I only want entities for these ones. Okay, and Blizzard, actually, let me fix you real quick while I'm here. Camera trace. Camera trace, what do you return? What do you, box trace multi by channel, trace type query 1. It's visibility. So this does not include a terrain. This doesn't include a terrain trace. So I need to add that in. And this is a box trace. Okay, that's gonna need a little bit more thought, actually. Never mind, we'll fix that later. Okay, let's just boot up the world again. Yeah, because what's gonna happen? I mean, they're still gonna get. I mean, what's working now is actually gonna make them work properly. They're not gonna walk on top of static meshes, but they will need to for like buildings and stuff. They will need to. What are you coding? We're working on a video game. RPG, Colony Sim, Roguelite, procedural terrain, will be destructible eventually. Eventually. But we are working on fixing some of the kinks with our entity system movement and stuff. Got to do some work on the velocity processor and gravity processing stuff. So that worked correctly now, because he would have fucked up there running through the tree. But again, our nav mesh, right? Like we shouldn't be doing that. I wonder if do I need to adjust my nav mesh settings? What's like my resolutions here or whatever? Nav mesh bound params. 19 is the high res cell size. Can I draw triangle edges? Yeah, I would very much like these trees to be navigation obstacles. And they are. Okay, so the issue we were having was that I didn't realize I was trying to do trace hits against the terrain, and I was actually getting trace results from the any assets that they came across that had collision on them. And so that was giving me a normal that was incorrect. I need that normal to determine how to settle them on whatever they're on and move them in the right direction. And so I changed that now. Now we only get results from the terrain, which fixes the issue. But now we have an issue where they're not going to be able to walk on buildings or anything. And like there are some valid cases where you'd probably like what, like right here. Yeah, like this does have a nav mesh on it. Can you create an aircraft game like War, like Sim Race? There should be a setup feel like driving real aircraft. Yeah. I'll do that next stream. Destructible terrain, yes. I mean, I've proof of concepted it, so it is destructible, but it's not useful at the moment at all. But now the problem is, you know, if I do update it to return the objects placed in the world, like world static, world dynamic, now it's gonna return results for the things that it's walking through, which it shouldn't be. And I'm kind of wondering, and that's gonna be just all wrong, because it's gonna be hitting side traces and stuff like that. I wonder if I should filter out results based on kind of similar to how the built-in way works with the what is it called, like the slope, max slope walkable height or whatever. You need to make it so only some static meshes can be walked on. That is one way to solve it. I prefer to not, because I'm a solo dev, like indie solo, like I prefer to make automated, more automated solutions. Like I don't want to have to tag everything that's walkable on. I would rather that figure itself out. So I think maybe a slope filter would be a more automated solution. Now the problem with that is like, that should already be baked into the nav mesh, the slope filter. Like you can see where it, you know, gets rid of some, but I'm worried about some path results that maybe don't, you know, there might be like one going from like right here to like right there or something, because the nav mesh is not perfect. So I'm wondering if that may cause more issues or not. I think a slope filter would kind of fix it, because we'd hit the tree and like they would just slide down. But if their path is going through it, I don't want them to walk straight through trees. So really the answer is to get the nav mesh to generate properly, which I think maybe I'll just need to turn up the resolution, which is a little scary. Can I debug draw like what resolution they got drawn with? Oh god, what have I clicked on? Draw path colliding geometry. Draw tile resolutions. Huh. Generation debug, I guess it would have some more information. Tile size is 3,000 Unreal units. Do those little meshes in the cave block nav? They should. Not always, though. There are definitely plenty that don't. So it's the same situation as the tree, where the nav mesh just didn't generate properly. I've definitely seen some of them that do, though. There you go. So those all do properly. But this one doesn't. Like, why? Like, look at that. I guess these ones don't. These little sharp rocks or whatever. Circle rock, is that what it is? Yeah. It is set to can't ever affect navigation. And I know that this is, you know, turning up the resolution is definitely going to slow down the rain generation. So it's weird that only some of them do. I guess a lot of the trees don't. Where's my starting points over here? Yeah, like those two trees do. They might just not have collision on static mesh. Yeah, that might be the case. Or the collision is just like so small. I mean, I guess let me double check the collision on these then. But it's like, why would that one work if it didn't have collision? So there's like, what is it? Circle Rock was one. Circle Rock, you are one, open you up. I gotta turn my air down, dude. Doing game dev for almost 5 hours really makes the office toasty. Good God, it is 72 degrees and I'm sweating. Prefer to keep my house at a nice 69. Oh, there is no simple collision, only complex on that. So I don't know if that by default uses that, probably not. Yeah, this guy does. Okay, I'm just gonna try to, let's stop it. Wonderful, thank you. Now I have to rebuild. Shit like that. Like I could easily fix that if I built from source. Yeah, I'm not worried about the little spiky ones so much. Although I guess the same issue could occur there. Yo, I'm back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, let's adjust our nav mesh params here. Well, I'm gonna turn down. Okay, so low, default, and high are all different. Agent radius is 30, that's correct. Height 180, that is correct. Max slope 44. Min region area. Area smaller than this will be discarded. Merge region size 500. Watershed partitioning only. I wonder, yeah, what partitioning method am I using? Where is that at? Ledge slope filter. I wish I understood. Region partitioning. Layer partitioning. Let's just try to change these. You are a runtime dynamic mesh. Do not rebuild right now. So let's try, we're going to try watershed now. And see what kind of nav mesh we get there. Okay, it looks like we're still getting the same issue. But that didn't help at all. Yeah, so that didn't help at all. I'll try the other one now, whatever that was. Chunky monotone. I do like chunks. I do like chunkies. El Guilera. Hello. Welcome. I'm trying to fix our nav mesh. So far, the region partitioning has not made a difference. I'm not sure exactly what that is. We're just trying it out to see if that works first before we actually start changing the params, the parami boys. Yep, same thing. Okay. So change that back to the original value. Monotone, monotone. Cancel. Okay. So we got 38, 19, 19. I guess high. Can we just change high to something higher? Apparently no. Apparently no. Crashed. Because of my own code. Negative, exactly. I guess I was sorting pending build tiles on a background thread right there. Is that running at all times, even in the editor? Okay, that's a problem, so I can't change my nav mesh parameters. Why is that running in editor? That's so weird. Is there like an is runtime flag? Maybe I should change this to foreground. Background high. Oh, that one I can skip through. Okay. Cancel navigation build. Oh, it like messed up the other ones. I mean, those are close enough. That's fine. Right. Okay. Just changed it from 19 to 15. Okay, navigation. Are we still waiting on? Yeah, we're still waiting on some. Okay, so that didn't do nothing. We gotta go even lower. 15, 12? I don't know, like, I don't know how it picks. So I was just changing the high resolution one. Like, I don't know how it picks which resolution to use. Agent max step height. Yeah, you are still not. You are still not doing it. Why is that? Is there a debug to... Yeah, I think there might have been, but I have to like toggle it on by default. Tile generation debug, I think. We'll try that. Enabled. Okay. The tile coordinates. I can display the collision used for nav mesh rasterization. Tile labels? I don't know what tile labels would be. Oh, draw tile oh, duh. Why didn't I see that before? Yeah, draw tile resolutions. Still working on this. I saw you this morning. Did you fix the problem? I don't remember what problems I had this morning. I don't remember when you were in. I'm working on trying to get the nav mesh to generate properly. This is what I'm doing now. That is part of the issue, it seems. Draw tile resolutions. Is that what it is? Okay, so those are the nav mesh tile. Is it the tile resolution or the polygon resolution? Draw tile resolutions. It's not helping. Quality resolution, is that in here? I don't see that as a debug option. Yeah, how do I draw which quality it was resolutioned at? Quality I didn't see anything about resolution. I see draw tile resolutions and that's it. Try right, but the tile generation debug didn't have anything about resolution on it. There was nothing here that would have given me resolution. I mean, I'll turn it on, but I don't see what information that would give me. Is there a flag in CPP? I can probably change that. Recast. Nav mesh. No. My recast nav mesh. Draw tile resolutions. Yeah, I don't see anything about, yeah, I don't see anything, really. The draw tile resolution that I already tried. Yeah, I feel like there's probably just not a way to show it. Resolution. Cell sizes. I guess it would be cell resolution or something. Recast nav mesh. Yeah, I don't see anything. Problem this morning was the nav mesh with the crystal and something about sliding. I did find the root cause of that issue, and the nav mesh is involved in that. But I guess tile generation, like the tile, is the big part, not the little polygons. Maybe there's a view or something. Oh, it got. How did that get turned off? What? Oh, I have to turn it on. Oh, now it's on. Odd. It's on. And now it's off. Okay, just turn it on now. You have to turn it on at runtime, I guess. There 100% is. I remember, like, maybe there's a some view or something. Some stats. What am I looking at? What am I fucking looking at? I guess that's the collision geometry. Let me look at, I was wondering if, because I did override this to see. Maybe I should remove these. Let's try that. Once again, it's probably going to be my own code that's the issue. Let me remove that. Maybe me overriding that was fucking it up. I'm not sure if it maybe it probably exports by default, which is why I did that. Okay, it looks like it does. It's a little bit more involved. Okay. Have you ever messed with multiplayer? Yeah, a little bit. Trying to figure out EOS. Have not messed with that. Isn't Iris like the new thing? The new hot networking stuff? I don't know. Is that supposed to replace Epic Online Services? I'm not super familiar with the multiplayer stuff. No idea, trying to figure out free multiplayer. Yeah, you might just search like Unreal Engine Iris or something, see if that's like... I know that it's like a separate system, but maybe it's not what you should be using, but definitely worth looking into to make sure you're doing the right thing, using the right system. Okay, yeah, so no help there, but at least we know that's not an issue now. Fuck it, let's just make it really small then. 10. Let me put this on another. Draw tile resolutions. Oh, nice. They have documentation. Well, it's tile. It says drawing tile resolutions. By a different color. The table shows how each color is related. Green is default resolution. Okay. Oh, okay. So I'm doing only the default resolution. Stop. Oh god. Oh no. We might need to rebuild. It's trying to build 263,000 nav mesh processes. But yeah, we're just gonna restart that. Mesh. Okay, so I guess it was only doing the default resolution, which is why we weren't even seeing a change here. The default resolution was... How do I get it to not... I guess let me pull up that documentation again. Use multiple resolutions. Use low resolution tiles in open spaces or areas where... Oh, do I have to mark it myself? Yes, you do. Yes, nav mesh bounds volume. Let me guess, there's a setting on here. No? Oh, apparently it shows on draw build times as well. Who would have thought? The resolution is on draw build times. Okay, it's nav modifier volumes. Okay. Okay. And then you set the resolution there. Okay, so literally, I don't have any of those. I don't have any of those. Okay, so we need to change the default resolution if we expect anything to fucking happen. So it was at 20. You can build past the force of nav to generate. It happens 1,000 times quicker than letting it run. I think that would probably crash because there are 260,000, 260 plus thousand. Like my nav bounds volume is way bigger than you should probably run that with because it encompasses my entire world. I don't know. I'm fine with letting it generate. It doesn't take that long for me to get the feedback that I need. So we were at 20, I guess we'll go down to 18. Fucking hell. You're probably one of my favorite streamers because you game dev, read, and answer chat. Well, hell yeah, thank you. What? Do I have a Discord or something? No. Just a Twitch and a YouTube. But yeah, I love hanging out. I love hanging out and having people to hang out with while I'm doing game dev is a lot of fun. Doesn't always mean I'm that productive, but that's okay. I don't care. I wouldn't have it any other way. Okay, can we change this without crashing, please? No, no, we fucking can't. No, please. It's all because I'm putting this on the background thread. God damn it. I've shot myself in the foot and I have no one to blame but myself. You're a good game dev streamer for sure. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. Can I see what you're working on? Hopefully I can get it to run. Hopefully I can edit the fucking nav mesh without crashing. Son of a bitch! Okay, how do I get it to not do that? Do I need to like cancel anything? It's in like pure async mode. Maybe I should turn that off before I change any settings. My dogs are whining at me. They want food. Not time yet, guys. Okay, nav mesh build. Can I was looking for like a cancel button, but I guess that doesn't exist. Okay. We're gonna go async, turn that off, cancel the generation. The resolutions, change that to 15. Fuck you. Oh my god. Yeah, I guess I kind of overrode this to always run on the background thread, huh? Okay. How does this know whether or not... Oh, here we go. Async rebuilding? Okay. I guess I can use this. Oh wait, how does that work at runtime then? Is that Java? Nope. It's C++. How does this know? I mean, I guess it is just the async rebuild, which is weird. Is there like an owner or something that I can use to get the fully async? I need to know whether it's fully async or not. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? Here's what I'm gonna do. Oh, it's gonna be so janky. It's gonna be so janky. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We are just going to comment it out. And we will run live coding. Change the value, change the value, then uncommented it. Good, I hate Java. Fuck Java. All my homies hate Java. Going deeper in the weeds. I know, it's just like just for fucking... To just change, to be able to change the runtime, the fucking... nav mesh. Like, if I would actually needed to tinker with it a lot more, I would probably actually look into that. Okay, but now it's not going to run sort tiles at all. 15. Save. Wow, it worked that time. Crazy. Okay, cancel that. Uncomment. Live coding. This is the workflow, guys. This is it. That run pretty fast, so that's good. Okay, so we're at 15 now. Let's see if that gives us a proper fucking nav mesh. And I suppose what I could do is you could probably spawn a nav mesh modifier bounds in PCG. So if I wanted to get, and this is probably like a down the road optimization thing, but I could probably spawn that around the forests and in the caves and stuff. Fuck you, it didn't do it again. Oh my god. So it was draw build times. Yeah, it's all default res, which I guess is what green is, yeah. Okay, so we have to stop that. We need to comment that out. Oh, you know what? Hang on, let me... I don't think it understands how to stop that. I don't think it understands how to stop that, so I think it might be still running, actually. Hang on. That's probably the issue. Okay, never mind. Okay, it's not in here. Never mind. You have to clean up the async. Yeah, so if I change something, I'm gonna, if that's the case, it's gonna crash right now. Unless it finished somehow. So we went down to 15. What fucking size? Let's just go down to 10. Okay, it worked that time. So maybe we're fine then. I put it on a foreground thread, which should get cleaned up, I think. Or it should, I guess it should let it finish. But it doesn't take that long. It takes like, I don't know, it takes a few 10, 20 milliseconds, I think. So, yeah. What kind of game are you making? It's going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain. So we're looking at the procedural generation right now. And I'm just trying to get the nav mesh to generate around the trees and stuff properly. Which is apparently integral to moving the entities around. It is still not doing it. Let's go look at some more. Am I getting more? Yeah, there's a lot that it's not doing. How big of a radius are these? Nav mesh is like collision. It uses collision to like build itself, but it's specifically just for like pathfinding. But it is built based off collision. I mean, I put it at 10. Like, that's... How much lower can I go? Them trees must be missing collision. I don't think so. It's like, look. And I would run into them, too. So I can see them there. I can see the collision there. For NPCs, yeah. Oh, God. Thanks for hanging out with me, guys. I'm gonna go kill myself now. I'm joking. I'm joking. Don't take that seriously, please. I shouldn't have said that probably, but I went so deep. You're right. Jesus fucking Christ. And the problem was, I was clicking. So there are some that do have collision and some that fucking don't. I thought I looked at these. I thought I looked at each individual one already. Tree 01. Block all dynamic. So we'll check the simple collision after this, but I just want to make sure. Block all dynamic. And I guess we'll okay, block all dynamic. We'll just see if all of them block all dynamic, block all dynamic. Okay, yeah, each of them. Is there a tree 5 that I'm missing? No. Okay, so they all have collision turned on. Block all dynamic. Nav. Now let's look at the nav settings. Can't ever affect navigation is true for all of them. Okay, so now we need to look at the static meshes. But like, I visualized the collision and I saw it. That's definitely not the one. This is what I get for not creating my own assets. They all have simple collision on it. And like, I visualized the collision. Let me find out which one are these. Like, let me actually look at the mesh and figure it out. So these are two different ones, it seems. But wait, okay. Are these not the same trees? Like, is that not the same as that? There's this one that's like really high up. There's this one that doesn't have any like little things, one of those sticking out of it. The ones that don't have any of the thing, well, that one does too. Is that tree? Is this tree not the same? Well, they're in different terrain chunks. Is it the terrain chunks collision? Are those not the same trees? Like, I know this tree and that tree look similar. Show me complex collision too, I suppose. But you have to specify complex collision, right? Like, you have to say that on it. And I don't think that... Just say trace complex on move. Right overlap. Where do you specify that on the mesh? Yeah, project default. What is my project? I don't even know what my fucking project default is. create both simple and complex shapes. Simple shapes are used for regular scene queries and collision tests. Complex shape is used for complex scene queries. I don't understand. How the fuck have I never noticed that before? Yep. Nav mesh rebuilt. How the fuck did that work then? Nav mesh rebuilt on it. On all of it. Watch, I'm gonna hit this one. It fucking rebuilt it for that one, even though it... Okay, I'm glad this isn't as straightforward as I thought, because that makes me feel better about fucking around with it. Is it the asset, or is it the instant static mesh component? Because what happens when I hit that is that it removes the static mesh instance from the instant static mesh component, and then it spawns a new thing. So this one is now a different asset than the rest of these. This one, though, like, it was always there. I wonder, am I, like, generating the navigation too soon? Where it doesn't have the collision info? It doesn't have the instant static mesh info yet? How long have you been doing game development? About 2.5 years. What language are you using in UE? It's UE, Unreal Engine is C++. Something screwy going on here, yeah. Fixed my laptop while watching the stream. Hell yeah, congrats. I would say it's either in the assets, either collision or on the setting on the mesh. Wait, hey, Turning Cog, welcome in, buddy. It's the asset then. If it has one, it should have all. What race is your favorite? Dwarves. Dwarves. I don't know. I'm kind of thinking. Oh, I'm kind of thinking like, I don't know. I don't start navigation until the terrain chunk is like finished spawning PCG. Update component in nav tree. Handle mesh done generating. In Warcraft, I mean, yeah, I kind of hoped you were talking about fantasy races. Mine is undead. We're talking World of Warcraft or Warcraft 3? Undead is a cool race. It's got some nice lore. I just think World of Warcraft has like the best representation of dwarves in a video game. The dwarves are just so goddamn dwarvy, and that's probably my nostalgia talking. Brain chunk finished generating. Okay, so I'm doing it here. Why am I doing it there? Why am I doing it here? Then if the nav mesh is dynamic, it should update automatically. I would think so too, but I'm also overriding the nav mesh to do like a fully async sort pending build tile, so I'm wondering if I've kind of fucked up its because it usually runs on the game thread every frame, so I don't think maybe across frames it has to do some checks or something for dirty nav tiles or something. I think maybe some gets missed because I generate it too soon or something. Dwarf seems obvious in retrospect, the beard, all the tunnels. Yes, I am a dwarf. Although I don't like... I play Horde, though, in WoW, so... I don't actually play Alliance. Then I've played plenty of both, but usually Horde is my home. I think I probably played mostly Orc on Horde. I don't know why I'm doing this here. I don't think I should. But this is on init. So actually I don't know if that's going to be. And the cold ones don't affect the nav mesh, so I shouldn't have to worry about it there. If it has one, it should have all. I agree. Nav finished generating. Yeah, so I feel like that isn't going to... ECG finished generating. I feel like that isn't going to make a difference. Handle mesh done generating should call. No, update terrain chunk. Maybe it doesn't call any. Yeah, maybe that was just for the serialization flow, I think. You can walk through trees, so it seems like... Yeah, okay, I guess it isn't related to the terrain. Yeah, you're right. If I can walk through the trees, it isn't related to the navigation. You're right, you're right. That's a good thing to point out. So you're thinking that it's the asset? Like, what could be wrong with it, though? I don't understand. God, I'm kind of smelly, guys. This has been a sweaty stream. Click on the asset in the viewport. As in, like, here? Like in game? It should in detail panel and navigate to it. Wait, what? I mean, you're talking about going to the static meshes, right? These are the assets. They all have collision on them. I know it's not that one. That one's easy to pick out from the other ones. And it was like... It's weird because, like, I knew that this one is the same as this one. I'm pretty fucking sure. It looks the same. That one and that one are the same. But they're on different terrain chunks. So that's why they didn't... That's why I was thinking it was like a terrain chunk specific thing. It has to be. It has to be related to something I'm doing. It has to be related to something I'm doing. But I can also walk through it. Let me rerun this. And it's deterministic too. Whatever I'm doing is deterministic. Because it's the same every time. Maybe they're different ones? Yeah, they all are marked to have collision. I already went through that. They're all marked to affect nav mesh, block all dynamic, collision enabled, block all dynamic, collision enabled, query and physics. All the trees have it. I wish it would select the component when I click, not the whole actor. So I could know which actual fucking trees these are. Because it does seem terrain chunk specific, if I'm not mistaken. Well, Super Adam, we've verified that... like, look at this. Like, they straight up don't... Oh. Okay, what the fuck? We walked straight through that. The last run. We walked straight fucking through that the last run. What is happening? What is happening? Okay, your code. Yeah. This kind of craziness, I feel like you just can't. Bro, like what the fuck could possibly... Was that just a one-time thing that I didn't have collision? Okay, let's build paths. That did nothing. It completed immediately. Okay, so that did nothing. I feel like that only actually does things for non-dynamic meshes. Maybe it's my code that fucked it up. Your own game is gaslighting you in front of a live studio audience. Yeah, Q-can laughter. This is comical. No, this is fucking comical. Is that all the same once you chop? It's a good, well, it would only change it. Okay, so here's a question. Pause. Which terrain chunk did that belong to? Okay, hang on. I gotta rebuild. I have something I want to see. Okay, so if I chop the tree and it makes the trees on the other terrain chunk actually fucking work, maybe it's a soft object pointer issue. And it's like not actually loading the collision or something properly. But if it only fixes the trees on the current chunk, I don't know, it could be something different. I didn't see which terrain chunk that one that I chopped belonged to. Okay. Okay, that one did belong to that chunk. Okay. So I chopped this one, it shouldn't fix that one. But let me let the navigation finish building. Okay, there we go. That's good enough. It didn't. It did not fix that chunk. Okay. Looking fire already? Well, thank you. The nav mesh, however, is not looking that fire. Yeah, why did that? I was gonna say, I've never been able to walk through trees, so I don't know where the fuck that came from. Wait, I'm gonna restart the engine, actually. If on first run, I can walk through the trees, it sounds like a soft object pointer issue. Because maybe that was the scenario when I could walk through the tree. Good call, yeah. I hope so. I hope this is it. If not, I don't know. I might just bypass the issue for now and like move forward to working on other things. I know, I've been streaming for a while. Been almost 6 hours. Jesus fuck. Oh, I'm getting very cursy too. That's how you know my level of frustration has increased. With enough of the 3 C's though, anything is possible. Keep that in mind. What are the 3 C's? Okay, the 3 C's are coffee, creativity, and cursing. With enough of those 3 things, you can get anything done. Someone's gonna tell you hard work now. It's not hard work. Okay, there is collision. There is collision. At least on that one. Collision. Okay, yeah, we are colliding. The thing that's weird is like how deterministic it is. Which makes it seem like an asset issue. Like it's specific to certain assets, right? I wonder, can you like reload assets? If I like reload this, can you do that? Was it asset action or something? Reload. Cannot be reloaded while in Pi. The fact that it's specific ones every single fucking time. Let me look for a different example. Go away. Where's the net mesh? Go away. Stop that. Thank you. This terrain chunk looks good. Every tree there looks good. However, in this terrain chunk, not every tree looks good. I wonder if just like the particular trees didn't show. Let me click on this. Does it have all 4 trees? Yeah, it has all 4 trees, and this one is good. Let me even look at this little... Even the little tiny guy. Okay, so it is something specific to a fucking terrain chunk. I can look on this chunk. This one is not correct. That one's not correct either. Dude, it's deterministic as well. Would it have anything to do with like the random rotations and scales that I have? Like I randomly scale all these. Would that have anything to do with it? It definitely shouldn't. Yes, of course. Yes, it definitely shouldn't. Is the collisions bad or what? Because I'm confused since I don't develop. I mean, so the green shader that's showing on here is the nav mesh. And the trees are supposed to, you see how it's not generated around the trees? That's because the trees have blocking collision. So there should be no nav mesh there because we don't want things to walk through a tree. But we go over to this terrain chunk here and you can see it, that it's going straight through this tree, despite it having collision and stuff like that. And it seems to be based on the terrain chunk. Certain terrain chunks have more issues than others. Maybe the nav view is just bugged. Well, I mean, I don't think so, because we see entities running straight through trees and shit. That's how we got here, is because we saw entities running straight through it. And usually the nav mesh fixes itself when you like update the draw on it, if the drawing is bugged, I've found. Because sometimes it does bug out and it doesn't update, but then when you change like a setting, it updates. Such a weird bug. Yeah, it's fucking weird, man. It definitely has something to do with the way I'm doing things, because it is terrain chunk specific. And it's the weirdest part is how deterministic it is. Like if it were an issue with like some sort of race condition or something like that, I would expect it to be very random. And I would actually prefer to see that, because then I would be like, okay, just, you know, I'm starting or stopping terrain generation too soon or something. But it is so deterministic. It has been the same every single fucking time, which is really, really odd. Massive difference over the last week, is it? I don't remember what I've done in last week. I feel like I haven't actually gotten that much done. It's really just the entities moving around is the only difference you would have noticed. But yes, the entities are not falling through the ground as much. And I have my own custom ISMC. Let me pull that up. Yeah, this guy. So we're spawning the ISMC. Find existing ISMC. So let me go into the environment item spawner. Which would be where we call spawn ISMC. Wait. Yeah, there it is. It's way cleaner than it was 8 days ago. What was I working on 8 days ago? I think you might have just seen a different seed. Like, it's procedural terrain, so every world is different. I think you're probably just remember looking at a different seed. So this is just different terrain now. I agree that this is a cool seed, though. The only difference between now and 8 days ago is I had guys walking around. That should be the only thing that's different. All right, let's figure it out. 8 days ago, what was I working on? Procedural spawn points. So yeah, the terrain generation has not changed, nor have the assets. It was just a different seed. So I was kind of arguing with you. I just wanted you to understand that, like, you know, it's a procedural world and stuff like that. So I do appreciate the compliment of it looking nice. I appreciate that. Sorry, I've been a little frustrated with how stupid this fucking bug is. Who the hell's at my door right now? Oh. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so NPCG ISMC. ISMC. Point data instance list. I wonder, let me see here. Let me see here. Where's the fuck is terrain chunk? Should spawn mesh instances. Course navigation obstacle. Course navigation obstacle. Okay, let me try this. Stop that. Let me like nuke my cache. Let me nuke my project cache. My save game cache. Oh my god. How big is this? I'm only caching 1 megabyte, okay? Or 1 gigabyte rather. It's the same shit it's always been. My drawing 2025. Terrain wise, yeah, probably. Nope, there's some right there. Okay, it even updated. It even updated. Okay, so same thing. Is it possible to do things people haven't done before, e.g. bits of code that do things previously unthought of in terms of your game? Yeah. Well, I mean, on a very, very micro level. I mean, maybe not a, maybe more on a macro level. Yeah. Possible. Am I doing anything unthought of? I mean, I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. Too many variables to consider, you know? Okay, we're just gonna start like ripping things out. Should spawn mesh instances always. And also, I should never get here. And then I update bounds. Is that the weird part is just that the determinism is so fucking weird, man. The determinism is so fucking weird. This is going to be one of those things that, you know, it's going to be one checkbox, a one line change or something, you know? You know it is. It's just got that vibe. Yep, still same issue. I wonder if I should create a function for updating the navigation. Sometimes it's just the way shit is combined that makes it feel original, but nothing is really ever original. Yeah, that's what I mean by like the macro level. At a macro level, yeah, it's original, but that didn't change anything. Fucking Christ. Not in the mood. Okay, Yeah, let's create a function for updating the... Update the navigation bounds or something. Update component in nav octtree. Don't worry, he can't take a compliment. Sounds about right. I mean, the ISMC I'm doing nothing special in now, really. Other than spawning it. Show doggo. Come here, Misty. Come here. Moxie is much more willing to be shown than Mr. Famous. Hello. Hello. Thank you. Thank you. You're very hungry, I know. I gotta show Togged in on the couch. That's downstairs. I can't do that. Yeah, I guess just like my next move is to like make sure it's spawned correctly, I guess. I don't know why like modifying the instances is causing it to be fixed. If I update the components nav mesh stuff and it works, then I guess it's just an issue of like me updating the nav mesh like too soon or something. Or me starting generation too soon. What language is this? This is C++. But yeah, I gotta feed my dogs. So I'm just gonna hop off because I've been streaming for quite a while anyways. Let me see if there's anyone I can send you guys over to. The Tolex or Practical. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? We'll go Tolex. Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna get some food, feed my dogs who are ravenous at the moment. And hopefully figure out that nav mesh issue before next stream. So yeah, thanks everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Turning Cog, goodbye. Hasty Wasty, goodbye. Marith, goodbye. Loam, get the fuck out of here. Okay. See you later, guys. Have a good weekend.